DM tonight.
There we go. Hello, everyone. We are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, mini-series, and long-running campaigns. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. Tonight, episode 8. We are halfway through our Fabula Ultima campaign, season 1 at least. And things are getting hot. Things are firing up. But before we dive into it, we do have just a few announcements to go through. The first is that we do have a sponsor for tonight's stream, and that is Soul Muppet Publishing. They have a ton of really cool games in their library, but most importantly for us is Orbital Blues, which we played not too long ago, and we'll be playing again very soon. Uh, if you like love triangles and space cowboys and like Cowboy Bebop, that game is a ton of fun.
I somehow forgot about the love triangle. This is gonna be fun.
It
Oh
was
boy.
it was real tense there until it turned into the love triangle. But I'm gonna post a link here for you where if you can go check out all of their cool stuff and help support us in the process. And we heckin' love you for it. Other than that, if you miss any of our streams, you can find them on our YouTube channel. It's just Lost Caravan RPG at YouTube. We have something like 270-ish videos. In fact, if you want to start this campaign from the beginning, you can do so, as well as check out our 10-minute introductory video to this game. And be on the lookout for some other tutorial videos coming out just as soon as life allows it to happen. Yay. But that's pretty much it. Like, I'm gonna kick up some music here, go around, give everyone a chance to tell you who they are and who they're playing tonight. Let's see. This one. Oh God, that's so loud. Hold on. There we go. Much better. I'm gonna go down the display order as you see them on stream, which means that first up is Fail.
Hey everybody, I am Fail Prime. I am playing Drond. Was just he may or may not be in trouble, we don't know. He hooked up with some tech bros and then decided to wander aimlessly around the city. So we'll see what's going on.
As you do. That brings us over to Kian.
I was on the wrong page. Hello, everybody. My name is Kian. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. You can find me on Twitter at uptight_chiffon. I am playing Sprout, who is very sad and very weak and trying to save their girlfriend right now. So we'll see what happens. That's me.
You all heard it. It's canon. Girlfriend.
You don't have to point it out, dude.
I ship it.
And unfortunately, Glyza is not going to be joining us tonight, but Echo is off on fantastical adventures. I promise you, none of it is going to be brought to light at the end of the season, I'm sure. It's all fine. And that brings us over to Anna.
Hello there. I am Anna, aka Archival Does Funny Most Voices on the Internet, queer and trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG streamer, producer, and podcaster. Find me on Twitter and most other social media at Archival Dustbun or Archival Dustbunny. I play Cadence, who we learned a lot about because she's from here. Apparently, it's a pretty big deal in the city. It's also missing their love interest, who is off doing, I'm sure, not getting in trouble. Echo never gets in trouble. I'm not worried about that at all.
And over to Kit. Speaking of trouble.
I resent that statement. Hi, I'm Kit. You can find me places on the internet at KitRollCause, same way it's spelled somewhere around me. I will be your Ophelia for the evening, who is, again, I cannot stress this enough, just a little guy, never done anything wrong. If I was on fire, so be it, you know? It happens to the best of us. Everything's fine. My love interest is doing, well, not great, but they're here.
Better.
So
Comparatively much better.
They got to sleep, which is, more than a lot of us can say. So I'll take it.
And then joining us for the second episode, from my perspective at least, crucial to that last fight, in protecting your new companion from death. Taylor.
Hello, I am Taylor, or at underscore potato underscore. I just my tongue did not want to say all the syllables there. On the internet. Yeah, and I am playing Nola, and personally, the first time I've ever played a spellcaster where I felt so useful and so powerful. Very excited about this. I don't have a love interest to update you all on, or if I did, I don't remember them because I don't remember anything.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
totally okay.
there
Everything's
was
fine.
one guy that Enola was asking about, but we don't.
Yeah. I don't know our relationship though, you know?
Here, we'll get there.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
That just leaves me. Of course, I am Andrew, your storyteller for tonight's games, and for most games around here, although it's way too early to start slurring my words. Get it? Get it? It's control. And I forgot where I was. I am your GM for tonight. I'm gonna help us tell this story. It's fine. I'm gonna go home. You all got it from here. Let's kick up some recap music. Beyond Remorse. Beautiful. So, last time we were here, we finally got to explore the city a little bit. We found a new companion. We found that Cadence has a sister and is a high-ranking official here and has offered to assist you all in your goals. Though there might be some problems on the home front with giving you said assistance, but it's nothing that she hasn't dealt with before. And on our journey back to reconvene as a group, we had a moment where the world kind of just slowed to a stop. As a crossbow bolt soared through the window of Zariel's garage, sending them to the ground in a state of shock. The would-be assassins rushed the garage and were pulled off and dropped before they could land the finishing blow. And I mean, we were at the finishing blow. Cadence, of course, being lightning incarnate, took out the sniper before it could do any of its cool abilities. I wasn't salty at all, I promise you. And it was odd because as the fight was coming to a close, all of your combatants stopped. They all looked confused as if they had no idea where they were and didn't know who any of you were. They were very quickly apprehended, pulled off to probably be interrogated somewhere. And you all were given an escort to Cadence's family home, where you could spend an evening in peace and safety. This is where Ophi's secret was revealed, that Ophi is indeed not human, a construct of sorts. And in exchange for protection, for helping you, Ree did ask that Ophi basically be mapped out from head to toe, every bolt, every plate, every weapon, all documented. You all had a nice evening of drinking, some very expensive drinks, and some of you even got some sleep. And I think that's where we can pick up if anyone has anything that you would like to do, as most of the household is drifting off.
Were we shown these gifts in the evening, or is this something that we as players already know, but we're going to get them in the morning?
In the morning, you were promised gifts, but not told exactly what they were.
How big is this house?
Cadence, how big's your house?
I mean, considering her and her sister's position, it's fairly nice. I don't know how large these towers are in general in Arcanum Heights, but it's a pretty large one.
The tallest of the towers probably stand a good 150-ish feet, but it is divided into multiple dwellings. So probably at least 2 floors, maybe 4 bed, 3 bath, with a living area, an entertaining area, a kitchen, a balcony. Very nice house.
Sprout will not snoop. Well, like, kind of snoop. But eventually just probably grab another very expensive bottle, whatever looks most expensive, because they killed the priciest. So whatever next is on the table. And kind of just post up in front of one of the windows of the tower overlooking the rest of the city and probably stay there for the night.
You see the very kind of beautiful scene of, ships flowing in just like this almost mobile city, in and switching out with ships that are leaving in the middle of the night, getting ready to hit the following day hard in their travels wherever they're headed. But it's kind of this changing of the guard of all of these dozens of vessels.
Since Sprout is looking out, you'll probably see Cadence leave at some point in the night, just walking out the front of the tower, going somewhere in the city.
Does Cadence try to be sneaky about it?
I mean, doesn't tell anybody that she's leaving, but I mean, she walks out the front, I mean, past the guard, she's not like trying to sneak away, but she does kind of disappear into the shadows in the streets, just out of habit, probably.
I think Sprout, I desperately want Sprout to follow, but I think Sprout is still pretty upset by what happened earlier, so it is gonna stay put and get drunk.
Fair enough. Ophi? Anything?
Yes.
Are you content to
Ophi-
go and
Ophi is had gone to go check on Zariel, basically make sure that they're still alive and coping, and is going to be posted up in that armchair in the corner of that room until morning. I don't know how much of actual sleep Ophi does, ever. She goes into rest mode, right?
Yeah.
Low power saving mode, plugs into the wall. I don't know. But I think she's content to just sort of sit there and, be there in case anything goes wrong.
And Anula. The others are all kind of drifting off or heading to different parts of the house, and you would find you and Ree, Cadence's councilwoman. Is that her title?
High Scholar,
High Scholar.
because the guilds set up the whole academy system.
The High Scholar, a figure that usually wouldn't be dealing with agents like yourself that are more hands-on. They're more diplomatic. They're more stay to their high towers. But as everyone else has kind of filed off, she does come and sit at the table across from you. Now that it's just us, no need for covers or lies. What are you doing here? I promised I would help you, and I will. But I would like to know your intentions.
Well, the simple answer is I owed Cadence a favor and she called on it. The more in-depth answer is that was good timing because I think only she and her can really she and you might actually be able to help in my situation.
I did send someone out to the records vault to see what they could find. Did you know that your record's been removed?
No. I'd assume maybe from whoever's investigating.
Normally, if that were the case, you would see record of it being checked out, who has it, or nothing if clerical. It's just gone.
How could it just be gone?
That's what I
Who would
wanted to
be able
ask
to
you.
do that? I I honestly don't even know who really I am anymore or what fully is going on. I may be dumb, seeing as how I've been treated, but I've put my trust in whoever is researching my situation and, well, that's the nice way. Whoever's trying to prosecute me, I guess. I don't know. That they'll find the truth, but
I
I
have a sinking suspicion that there are forces at play against you. You're not going to see a fair trial. You're not going to see justice, even if it's due, which, having spoken with you, I don't believe it is. I believe that you are a victim of circumstance, nothing more.
they say it's convenient. I don't remember anything. I don't think it's convenient for me though. Someone did this? I don't
When my sister and the others leave this city, I think it would be best if you did so as well.
Is that something you can make happen? Or is this something I try to not be seen? Because I'm not supposed to leave.
I can cover your absence for a bit, but not forever. Find your answers, whatever they are.
I appreciate it because, well, truthfully, I've spent more time drinking and wallowing. What searching I have done in this town has not brought me anything useful. I mean,
I
I
believe
don't
that's
necessarily have the job I had before, so
I believe that's intentional. I believe anything you may have tried to do has been rigged against you. I don't know why. I don't know what you did or who is doing it, but I don't trust him.
seems like a silly question because I do remember you and everything there, and I know you don't normally deal with petty squabbles or things or did you know Ronan? Everyone I've asked won't give me any information on him.
Met him at least once. If you had to use the word nightly with anyone, where I would put it.
Thank you. That's more than I've learned about him other than his name, and apparently I'm the reason he's missing. So
If you'd like, I could also try to pull his record.
That'd be helpful. Might give some insight of where I can look for something.
At this moment, you both hear a knock on the door. And Ree just looks over for a moment, back at you. You go upstairs.
Of course. Thank you again.
Anything I
Get
can
up, do the general bow.
Not waiting for anyone to open the door is opened.
Try to get out of view. Let's see.
Easy to do. You are very
Yeah.
good at it. You do kind of from this hidden vantage point see a figure come in, more on the masculine side in just this, perfectly pure white attire. Sorcerer Zafira. I was not expecting a business call this hour. Not a business call. You know why I'm here. Where are they? I'm sorry, who? Now is not the time for games. Where are they? Sorry, I'm not sure who you're speaking of, but if you'd like, we could have some tea, discuss what it is that... And something hits the wall hard and just shatters. If we find that you're helping them, it's not your career you'll worry about anymore. And the figure turns and walks out.
Would I have heard this?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm gonna go be fucking nosy. I'm gonna be as quiet as I can manage, but I have been drinking, so I'll let you do with that what you will. But I'm gonna try to be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, who do you think taught Cadence a lot of her tricks?
Oh, well, I don't expect to be able to fool anybody. I just want to be able to get close enough to hear a conversation.
I mean,
if I can.
You certainly could have heard the extent of this.
Okay.
Even Ophelia, I think, would have heard it. And from the balcony, you actually see this figure come and go,
Ooh.
leaving considerably more distressed than when he arrived. A small entourage walking with him.
Do they see me? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go find Cadence's sister.
I mean, Ree is right where you left her.
I'm just gonna kind of poke my head around. It's a little late for some company.
You get used to it. No one respects privacy here. I know, ironic, but from my family.
I mean, it's just when people surprise Cadence tends to not be good. And since y'all are part of the same family, if that was a surprise for you, I'd like to know.
It was less of a surprise and more of an annoyance. They can't do anything, even if you had been here, even if they'd found you. The worst they could do is threaten you. You've done nothing wrong.
Okay.
It's going to be fine. You're all
Do I feel like she's telling the truth?
How about a willpower roll? Kick us off.
Can I still be in the shadows currently?
Yeah.
Cool.
We're all just hanging around. I have no
Yeah.
idea that Enola is there. What am I rolling? Do I get to add them?
Yes.
In this game? That's an 11.
Everything has been honest, although the everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. She might not totally believe that.
Okay. I'm not gonna push. It's not gonna be fine. Our brand new friend got shot today. Like, there's a whole lot of weird shit going on. You don't have to lie to me. I have a question. Have you ever heard of somebody named Nelladry? I don't know my great aunt's last name. Is it my last name? Is it on my family
Could
side?
be.
I mean, isn't that how we like figured out? I don't remember how it works.
Think so.
On like that you had a relative. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it would be Nelladry Tassir.
I believe so. I've been a long while. What?
She came to the city a while ago, and I'm trying to find her.
Don't believe she's here anymore.
Do you know what she was here for?
But I recall. I know she was under an abnormal amount of scrutiny when she came here. Was almost denied entry.
Do you know why?
I was not part of that proceeding, no.
Do you know who would know?
Probably some people that aren't your biggest fans right now.
The buddies dressed in all white?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Alright.
See if I can pull the record of the hearing for you.
That would be great, because I don't think I'm supposed to be poking around the city by myself anymore. So that would be awesome.
As long as you don't do anything too terribly wrong. They can't arrest you for anything.
While I have you here and you're going to be pulling records, what was the name of that lovely person that I got fired from their job because I stole the records from them?
Wow.
They're fine.
I just
Been
want
like a month.
I just want Ree to make sure that person's job still has their job.
Okay.
I would like for that to happen.
She'll help you out.
Is there another fancy bottle here?
Yeah, there's a whole shelf of them.
I'm gonna go take another one, and I'm gonna take a swig from it, and I'm gonna go back to my little spot. There's still that other bottle that I took is not finished. It's just sitting there, but now I have options.
I would like to, out of the shadows, silently fall into step with Sprout as they're walking down the hallway, wherever. Also,
Sprout.
now with a bottle of liquor.
Sprout definitely does the like, oh fuck, where the hell did you come from?
Nowhere. Everywhere.
You're pretty good at that. I can see why you and Cadence get along.
Different sides of the same coin, I guess. Question.
Answer.
Why are they looking for you? For all of you?
What they are you referring to here?
What's the group that the sorcerer whitecoats guys from? Is it like the academy or is it something separate?
Basically. They're below Ree's station, but they're the kind of folks that would stab you in the back to steal your job.
We love that.
Dogs are having a fit. The academy.
I have no idea what kind of situation Cadence and her sister might have with them, but right now there are people who think that we killed the king, the queen, the prince, the king. Sprout would have gone through that.
So many.
Just been like,
you
wait a
murdered
second.
an entire royal family?
They think that we killed the king. And we ran here in the hopes that we would not be caught. I have something, and I will pull out the medallion that looks like the mark that Inola has. I stole this from somebody very important. Something's up with Ophi. I have no idea what. But somehow it's dragged into this, and I don't think Kaden wants them to be. What I'm getting at is that nothing. Ophi's great. Ophi is somehow involved in it. What I'm getting at is that a lot of people probably want us dead right now, or at least in for questioning. And if you're going to come with us, you should know that we're on the run for a lot of reasons. But we have a boat, and Cadence has been able to get us out of pretty much everything. And if not that, Ophi and Drond are good in a fight. And sometimes this, waving at the medallion, comes in a little handy. So I think the guys in white are probably looking for us because they think we killed the king, or because they know that Ophi's here. One of the two.
I thought I had problems.
Yeah. We cover a lot of ground. We're a very busy group.
Well, I can say from absolute experience, this is not the place to be when they think you've killed someone. Especially wrongly accused.
Sounds like you're going to be in good company then.
Let's hope Candace can save all of her asses. Cadence can save all of her asses.
That's okay. She's seems to be very good at that, so very least I think we'll be able to make it out of the city. Where are my dragon eggs? My sand dragon eggs?
I assume they're with the wheel.
Okay, cool. But they're here. I thought that we had grabbed them. Cadence can get us out of the city. We eventually will have transportation that will be ours, our own, and I'll kind of gesture toward where Zariel's room is. Whenever those things hatch, we got a ship. We haven't been killed yet. So, and Sprout is like rambling the whole time, like probably still walking, whether or not,
Drinking.
Pace. Yep, just like just all over the place. But for now, I think we just take a nap. Cadence went for a walk, and that's always exciting times. Mm-hmm. So,
she went alone?
Yeah. She does most things alone, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I think I will take advantage of a comfortable bed and rest. Question though, last one, I promise, for today. You seem wary of me and our similarities. Is it okay if I tag along? I don't want to add more troubles to your all's list, but also I don't need any more enemies.
Sprout, there's a little bit of clarity in this moment, because as drunk as Sprout wants to be, they are not quite there yet, and they would rather avoid any serious conversation. We're just kind of in different places in our beliefs right now, I think. So makes me a little uncomfortable that one of the old gods is following you around.
Like that, I can't see it.
Is it there right now, Hoop?
No.
Is it there right now? I asked Sprout.
Sprout also looks around frantically. There's a lot of shadows here, but I don't see him. Are you going to try to hurt anybody in the group?
No, quite honestly, I may not remember a lot about what has happened to me, but I know I never hurt anyone. I quite honestly have vowed to only do the opposite.
I mean, you kicked some ass today, but I'll let it slide.
It was all mental stuff, like nothing that I damaged anybody. So she's like, okay, sure. I'm useful,
well,
don't get me wrong, and I'm here to help, and
not about being
I'm just not
useful.
the one that's gonna stab anyone in the back or the front.
People in this group are really all about being useful, huh? It's not about being useful. It's just if we can trust you to not leave us in a bind. All of us have shit going on, and I have not been as forthcoming with this group as I probably should be, and so I'm not the best person to ask this, but I don't have any problem if you tag along, as long as you promise you're not going to hurt anybody else. At least in this group. You can fuck somebody up outside of it. You'll probably have to. I hate to break it to you. We have gotten into a lot of fights where we could not hold back, so. And if that's going to bother you, we need to know that now, so that we can...
No, I'm used to people around me doing that. That's my specialty. I help you do it. And patch you up when it's done.
Well, then we'll make sure
It's been my
that you
job.
don't get... We'll make sure that you don't get taken out then.
And I don't know if it means much of anything, but I think traveling with you will be a comfort. Just having some other knowledge. I don't want to push you or make you uncomfortable, but it's nice having some more kinship in, I guess, in ways. You and Cadence and I obviously have history in the same town.
Sprout knows full well that you said you were going to take advantage of a nice bed and is going to put their arm around your shoulders and steer you toward the window instead to sit with them.
Okay.
And is going to tell Enola about the elemental that's on the ship, that we have an elemental that is very integral to our ship and that I've gotten to talk to them. And we'll kind of just share knowledge about the different deities. Kind of take this chance to make sure that Enola is on the same page. And if I may, I would like to... Can I change a bond?
Absolutely.
By chance? Can I change my mistrust bond with Enola to affection?
Oh, I didn't write my bond I had earlier.
Because I think that Sprout, is asking questions about the old gods, and Sprout being able to share is very reminiscent of their siblings and kind of being in the family and telling people about them. So this is very much somebody that Sprout wants to take care of and help in any way that they can. Enola doesn't know this, and Sprout will not tell her until push comes to shove, but...
Are you talking about both Balir and Havos?
Absolutely. I have to talk about the strawberries.
A Cyclops certainly not a common sight, but they've been around once or twice in history.
So he just kind of folds himself below deck whenever we're near people, and then when we're out at sea, he unfolds, and he's huge, and he really likes strawberries. So if you happen to see any strawberry vendors before we get back to the ship, we got to get him a bunch of strawberries because he can eat.
Okay.
He needs a lot of food.
Those are very small fruits for very big. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So a lot of bags. A lot of bags of strawberries.
Okay. As these stories are going on too, and she continues to drink, there's definitely more loosey goosey, Enola's coming out that you had met originally at the bar.
Sprout has stopped drinking because this was Sprout's goal, was to just hang out with the Enola that they first met. So
yeah.
Amazing. Well, Cadence, I don't know if there's anything specific you wanted to mention while you were out, or if you were just leaving it up to your companions' imaginations.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to people's imagination. Cadence is back home, and she has responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. And I think the two of you from your balcony, after a while, would probably see Cadence rolling back in closer to sunrise. I don't know that you get many details from this vantage point, but Cadence, what would they see? What any physical changes? Any noticeable new additions to Cadence's wardrobe?
If they're just looking at her from the window, probably not. If they try to intercept her as she comes in, maybe. I don't know if that's up to them.
I mean, Sprout is nudging the hell out of Enola. It's like, what do you think she does? Where do you think she goes?
Look, there are some wild stories about what Cadence has done. Like, and we'll like just tell these wild tales about just like obviously very fantastical, magical things that like aren't even in the realm of possibility. Like there was one time apparently she turned a whole town into ice just because someone had a piece of information that she needed. Like there's just like wild tales. So I don't know. We could go see. We could really maybe just go.
Are you still coming in through the front door, Cadence?
Yeah. So
Sprout
if not
is-
through this room, pass through the room next to this room, yeah.
Sprout is like standing and looking and watching the front door. And whenever Cadence comes in, we'll like wave Enola over.
My shadows just overtake both of us. You just see our eyes like out of
What
shadows.
do you see looking at her that close? Coming in, I think you see her rubbing her hand. Her knuckles probably look a little raw. There's, I think, a bit of blood splatter on her clothing. But aside from that, she doesn't pay attention. She just walks past, and unless you say something, heads to one of the rooms upstairs.
You have a good time, Cadence?
Oh, just work to do. That's all. Do you sleep okay?
I'm gonna look at Enola. Have we slept?
What time
Looking
is
past the
it?
two of you, that's a lot of empty bottles of very expensive liquor.
We
We
still got a
used
little
glasses. I used a glass.
bit. I certainly did not.
Sprout, that's like 20,000 any worth of liquor.
I mean, it was going to waste on a shelf. Didn't look like your sister was drinking it. Were any of the bottles unopened, Hoop?
No.
I was gonna be like, fuck, we'll just take them and sell them. Do you want some? We can still a little time before everybody else gets up.
I could use a drink, sure.
Sprout toddles over immediately, and looks at the glass that Enola used. Does not see another glass. Grabs Enola's glass, pours into it, brings it back to Cadence.
Enola's
takes it out.
snoring in the chair, upright.
Anything happen while I was out?
Just the usual. Nothing strange. Have fun out there, dear sister.
Sprout just slinks back and looks between the two of them.
You don't look like you've slept either.
Someone has to keep an eye on this interesting band.
And nothing happened.
I got a visitor from someone who doesn't like me, wants my
Oh.
position, and would probably arrest you if I wasn't around. Nothing
Oh.
unusual.
And who was it?
Down through my notes. Sorcerer Zafira. An educator.
Perhaps I should pay them a visit today.
Don't worry yourself. They'll rant and rave and throw a fit and eventually forget about it, find something else to focus on.
Well, Is anything going to be ready for breakfast, or are we on our own for that?
Breakfast will be served. I did hear some interesting information last night. Do you know a Drand?
I do not like the fact that his name has made it to you. Why?
Sprout starts laughing.
I like to keep an eye on some of the going-ons, especially in the evenings. And when someone gets arrested and uses my sister's name, that information tends to reach me.
I told him to stay out of trouble. He is part of this group, yes.
Now, send a stay of execution, as it will, which is absolutely a joke. You can see that she's trying to lighten the mood.
I think I'll pick him up myself.
Go get some rest. We'll have breakfast. Not like he's going anywhere.
It's true.
And you are welcome to do just that. Grab a few hours of sleep at the most before the sun is up. And if you'd like, you could have an escort to the local holding cells, or if any of you would just like to go by yourselves, you are welcome to do so. To go pick up your friend, who I'm sure is totally innocent.
I'll go, and I probably will bring an escort, and if anybody else wants to come, they are more than welcome to, but I will check on Zariel once everyone's up.
Firmly passed out.
Good morning, Cadence.
Good morning. How is she doing?
Sleeping. It doesn't seem like anything is worse. So.
It's better than the alternative, I guess. Are you okay?
Yes. I'm alright.
Well, breakfast will be served soon, and then I have to go get Drand out of jail. Welcome to join me if you wish.
Am I?
Yeah. Just keep your metal parts covered, but we're free to walk the city, especially if you're with me. No one should bother us.
I should invest in a pair of gloves.
I probably have some spare ones around here.
And Zariel will be fine to stay here while we go?
Yes, this is one of the safest places she could be. So.
Alright. I will accompany you if you want.
Breakfast first. Dran can
Yes.
wait a bit.
Is everyone going?
I'm gonna follow, but I'm just gonna go sell some armor. We don't have to RP it. I just want to know, because I don't want that stupid armor anymore.
You don't want a negative initiative modifier?
No, I don't. I just didn't want to be squishy. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're squishy if everybody gets to hit you before you can hit them back.
I mean...
Solid.
Just don't get hit.
Stop being near a Nola. I believe raises your defense. There's that one shadow spell.
It did.
Yes.
Bomb as fuck.
Sounds to me like Sprout could use some fighting lessons from Drawn.
Hey, maybe Sprout could have had them if Drawn wasn't in fucking prison.
Don't threaten us with a training montage.
Do I just sell it for what I bought it for? Is it less?
I
I think I had to buy it for $150.
Depends, did you take it to Armor Stop? Because they're only going to give you store credit.
you sell for roughly half of the original price.
disrespectful. I'll take that 75. I'm not going with the group, but I'm gonna go and sell, and then I'll just head back to the house by myself.
I won't tell Sprout, but I will send one of the Osprey to tail them. Just out of sight. Just in case.
Rude.
In case
What?
you get attacked.
What?
Yeah.
How good are they at hiding? Do I know I have a babysitter?
They're very
Kind of
good.
their whole thing.
Yeah.
Damn it. And I'm an idiot, so.
I will
But you're
also
free.
leave with the group, but am going to my home and gathering an inconspicuous bag of things. Just in case, whenever the leaving of the town happens.
Your bug out bag.
Yeah.
Well, Rand, I think this requires some music change. That's combat music. We don't do that just yet.
Are you sure about that?
Rand, the night before, that was interesting. You were given a tour of multiple districts of the city. They all kind of blend together after a while, but there certainly was a point where you could tell your Sparkrite companions were done. They were ready to head home. Their desert adventure was enough for them. They bid you a good evening and leave you to your own devices. You have gone.
Well, wandering around the city, I probably would have found whatever seedy-looking tavern I could get into. Basically, just ordered a couple drinks to listen to the information going around, hearing what I could hear. When I would have heard some, seemed like other tech bros, other inventors and scientists, kind of calling the Sparkrites crazy, talking a lot of shit that I just did not care for, which would have led to a confrontation, which then would have led to me being arrested.
I mean, the information here flows kind of just like wine. Like, everyone deals in information. And it's not typically like that in most places you've been. People kind of tend to keep things, closer to the vest. Their secrets tend to cost a lot. Here, like the low-level secrets that kind of just flow around the bottom levels of the city are just kind of available. And you definitely find that point where they are calling your friends every name under the sun. Next thing we know, there are tables being hurled across the room, windows are being shattered. People have joined this fray that don't even know what's happening. They don't know any of you, just are just eager to see this brawl just escalate. It's like this place was just waiting for just that spark. And by the time the local law enforcement... Oh, go ahead.
In this brawler, as I'm throwing down with these guys, would I get to know like what guild they may be from?
There's a lot of different guilds. You see a lot of sigils kind of repeated from, just like these very simple kind of gear and cog sigils to more elemental, like, embroidered flames and lightning and ice. Everyone kind of has their own gimmick.
Okay.
But if you'd like to roll to see how well Drand fares in this, we could roll,
Yeah.
What do you feel would be Drand's go-to for this fight?
Depending on how many people are involved, it's probably going to be dexterity, because he's probably going to be dipping and diving a lot.
So some might and some dexterity?
That's probably what I would go with.
Works for me.
Alright, let's see. That is a 12.
Well, both of those individuals were probably unconscious before the meat of this brawl even really started. They saw you get offended at their words, were getting ready to stand, to fight, and out. Of course,
Fair enough.
the fact that this did escalate to the point that it did, law enforcement was very quickly called. And you weren't the only one hauled off. But you were the only one that didn't have someone rich and powerful to account for you.
That's fair. I'm used to that.
Which means that while you were in a holding cell of about a dozen, by the time the sun starts to rise, you were the only one left there. And you do hear the door open further down the hall to these surprisingly spacious cells. A bed, a lavatory, a sink, like a reading nook with just some books kind of set up on it. But you hear multiple sets of footsteps coming up the hall. You would see the jailer that has come back and forth, a dozen times, letting everyone else out, and finally comes back to stare at you. Behind him, Cadence, kind of happy. Well, on your feet. Got someone to vouch for you finally.
Sweet. Sophie, hi, Cadence. How's your night been?
It's an impressive list of charges.
Wait, there's a list? I only knocked out like 2 people. The other people just kind of. I guess I did incite a riot.
You were part of the fight, so costs are split evenly when that happens here.
Interesting.
Have you had breakfast? She just hoists up a doggy bag from King's house. There's like a bagel and like, I don't know, whatever, portable breakfast.
Eggs, cheese, meats.
I mean,
It's just loose eggs. I think I brought a paper bag of loose eggs.
I'm not necessarily going to turn it down.
Just let me get you out of them first.
Alfie, is this scrambled eggs?
Well, they started out on the bagel. It was like a sandwich situation. It's a bag, though. The bag gets messy. It's physics.
He just waves his wrist in front of the door, and it clicks and
Fair
opens.
enough.
Go on. Try not to get arrested today, at least.
Can I get my stuff back?
Waiting for you at the front.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Captain.
Of course. Tell your sister that, still waiting on that date.
Sister?
I will let her know. Best of luck to you. I will turn and walk out. Drand, you would notice that instead of Cadence's normal purple shoulder cape, the one she is wearing is gold, and has embroidered on it an osprey with its wings spread and a blade centered behind it. But she leads the way out of here.
I mean, Cadence, you got some style going on here. I mean, not that your purple cape wasn't stylish, but this is a whole new level.
This is just the symbol of my office. I thought you were going to stay out of trouble once you got to the city.
I tried to stay out of trouble, but look, we're talking shit about the Sparkrights, and those dudes have heart, and I just couldn't let it go.
Those dudes also have a reputation.
Hey, look, you gotta make some mistakes before you come across something of genius, and those guys are genius, okay?
Well, they have no pull here, so if you're going to get yourself in trouble, find some friends that do. I won't always be there to get you out.
Good time, because they're gonna have so much pull. Like, they're gonna run this city.
Maybe one day.
I hope so. I've invested a lot of money.
There are a lot of emotions on Cadence's face when you say that, but she doesn't say anything.
So headed back. Any stops for anyone other than?
I mean, I promised to show Ophi the marketplace, and early in the morning is the best time for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have an escort, and you would also notice that there's an escort of guards with us.
One
Yeah.
of them with a enormous black eye is just staring at Drand.
Oh no.
Hey, buddy, bit of a shiner. You doing all right?
Continues to stare.
I'm gonna make like a block of ice in my hand, and then I'm just gonna like hand it to him. Like, here, put this on your eye.
That's kind of sweet.
He will take it and kind of like fall back in their normal like spread out tailing pattern.
Ophi, I thought before we headed back that we could go through the marketplace. You looked so interested in it when we arrived.
Oh, I would love to. Yes. Should we wait for the others?
I think they are doing their own thing.
All right then.
We may bump into them. I don't know. But we should be back by lunch, probably.
I could use some equipment, some ingredients. Lead the way.
Yeah, so I will take us to the marketplace. I forget the exact name. The main marketplace. Ooh, that is the wrong.
No, the one.
Come on, place. with
Nobody
the-
calls it by name. The locals don't call it by name.
The Oasis Market
Yeah.
near the main entrance of the city.
A vibrant commercial district, which you all actually have passed through. Not quite when it was this bustling, but you saw a glimpse of the materials that are sold here. Just to give you some things that might stand out, you would see that someone is currently working on a... What would you classify? To put it in like magical terms, it's kind of a cantrip. Just some little bit of magic that's supposed to be repeatable, non-exerting, just kind of at a whim. And it's not much, but it's controlling sand. It's causing, little bridges, little very roughly detailed little like statuettes and men. Seems like more of a proof of concept than actually selling anything. But you'd also see a vendor selling little translucent beings that Cadence would recognize as being familiars. They only have about a year of life, but once they are bound to their caster, they are to help you with studying, with kind of keeping casters company because they tend to isolate themselves for years inside their towers. But they're just little buddies.
Just a little guy.
Well, once we get to the edge of the market, so this sector of the city runs all the way to the wall. 10 streets that way, 16 that way. I'll let you lead wherever you want to go.
Are you sure?
Yes, just don't actually run off. Stay with us, but yeah.
Right. I just sort of just like decision paralysis, 100%, just like looking at everything like, oh, okay. Oh, there's so many things. Just like bopping from like like doing like the very touristy like kid thing of like bopping over to one, looking at everything, getting distracted, running somewhere else, like stops at like just like watches the person that's doing like the little like sand cantrip and just like, Cadence, this would be so useful for doing dioramas, for teaching the children. Do they export any of this?
I mean, you're welcome to purchase what you want today. I can make sure that it's paid for.
I don't know that I would have much use for it without my students, but it's very interesting.
You know, Ophi, sometimes it's okay to just get things for yourself. It doesn't always have to be about the students.
Yes, I know. But this would be. Sometimes it is okay to think of others. And then gets distracted by the familiars and just runs off. Not like runs, like keeping a pace that y'all can easily keep up with, but...
You'd see like a little like foot-tall, big-eared, like Fennec fox. Just see-through, purple, leaving this like trail that just kind of dissipates from behind them. Gets into that play position when they see you run, and then turns and just sprints away. Clearly like looking back to make sure you're still chasing.
I think it looks back and then Opie looks back at Cadence. I'm not gonna run off. I'm not gonna go get lost because a fox wanted to play a game. But I want to. I think instead Opie would sort of kneel down.
It's not like sprinting off into the alleyways. It like runs back to the stall and stop and like whips around to look at you.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'd follow it to the stall for sure.
It's not leading you off into a trap, I promise.
It's not like the birds. We're not doing the birds.
That was immediately my assumption, just so you know.
No.
Hoop is giving us another tempting animal to lead us off into damnation.
Of the stall the entire time.
Perfect. Excellent. So do I. Like 100% will like come up to the stall, like get like on her knees, hold out a hand, which is now in one of Cadence's gloves, and just like hold out the hand, like, you know, to let a little critter like sniff and like, you know, I am friend, does that whole thing, and like I want to try to pet it. I don't know. It looks see-through, so I don't know if it is like also go through.
Yeah. It would kind of like lean towards your hand and then turn in almost gaseous. Like whip around your hand a few times and then land in your palm as this like blue jay. Again, purple, entirely see-through, but now just pops in your palm as this little bird.
Oh, this is magnificent.
I don't know if Opie has noticed, but you have knelt down next to Sprout, because I went to sell my armor, and Sprout is right next to you, having much less success, as often happens with Sprout when it comes to these things, but is like holding their hand out at one of these things.
Okay.
And it's like...
Yeah, I mean, if you were just like standing next to the stall, I'm sure one would have like formed a snake around your shoulders. You'd have just this like toucan bird just like plopped up on your back. Just like mice
Opie.
roaming up your arms.
You found the coolest stall.
Sprout, hello! Yes, these are delightful.
How much are these things, Hoop? About 75?
With the fact that Cadence is here, they'd probably sell them to you for 50 a pop.
I was just going to say, conveniently at or less the amount that I sold my armor for. I'm going to look at Ophi. Which one do you want?
I think Ophi's kind of like got this like little, I think you said it was a bird at this point in her hands, just sort of like looking at it, like fully intent, like looking at it, speaking to it, having a conversation, expecting that it understands her. Can you do like a mouse?
Again, turns gaseous and then becomes just this field mouse.
And I think like absolute delight on Ophi's face, and just sort of turns to Cadence in much an image that Cadence has seen before. which is Ophi with a little lab rat held in her hands. Absolutely delighted.
They'll only live for about a year, so keep that in mind before you get attached.
I've already paid for 2 of them.
Well, if you find that you fall in love with this particular enchantment, you can always come back and I can re-enchant them for you.
Some things are meant to be fleeting.
And of
It
course,
is like now on her shoulder. It's in her hair. It's
as the seller has come forward to talk to you, like looks at Cadence, gives a very deep bow. If there's anything unique you're looking for as far as enchantments, my doors are always open.
We'll keep that in mind, thank you.
And he like steps back and in very much just a show of helping other customers, but is clearly always watching you out of the corner of his eye in case you need anything.
I
How
think
many
Ophi
Nola
passes
has
back
like
to Sprout.
so
Assuming that
Nola's like
Sprout
come
paid for
out
it.
of the shadows and is just like now standing next to Dran, just knowing that he's part of the party now. Just kind of looks over, gives a little nod. Like nothing, like absolutely
Nodded.
nothing's out of the ordinary.
Hmm.
Little go bag.
How many are we buying? How much are we spending here?
I mean, I have paid for mine in Ophi's. If anybody else expresses interest, Sprout will be reaching into the party funds. So just know that. Sprout is not opposed to spending that money for these, but Kian would like to let the rest of the players know.
For our spellcasters in the party, anyone that spends MP, really. If you have an MP cost, you can have it, and your familiar is gonna dissipate for the day.
Sprout
Wait.
doesn't spend MP for shit. This is amazing.
So like, oh hey, we're gonna go into battle. Thanks, little buddy. Disappears, and now all my spells cost half.
So when you cast a spell, you can expend the familiar for that spell, and then it's gone.
For that one spell.
Yeah.
So you just need a dozen of them.
You just need to
That's
hoard
it.
all
I
of
just
that.
have so many.
A bunch of batteries on your shoulder.
I could have a whole horde of ghostly ravens to accompany my just absolute creepiness.
It'd be kind of rad, not gonna lie.
It would be. Look, I have some very expensive MP things. Okay, shit. Maybe I do it. It's like Enola doesn't want the responsibility, but hey, if it smelled like a real animal.
If somebody else will use it more than Ophi will, which is very likely, like you could. That's okay.
I'm not
It's just a
taking
little
your
guy.
lab rat. No.
It's,
You have
I-
little
okay.
guy for little guy.
Ophi is 100% like sees Sprout pay for 2 and immediately like hands it over to Sprout. It's like, oh, you okay, cool, yeah, this is what.
I just place it back on Ophi's head.
While everybody is buying familiars, Drond, just kind of watching everything play out, is just kind of still watching Ophi and the familiar. Gonna lean over to Cadence. I think we need to talk when we've got time.
About your knack for breaking the law or something else?
I mean, we can talk about my knack. I heard some rumors, and we might need to get that rumor sorted out. But about something else, and clearly focused on Ophi because that's Drond and his distrust. There's some things we need to talk about.
We should have some time after lunch. And plenty of privacy, so.
Sounds good.
Okay. And if anyone wants to refill your inventory points, now, of course, you're welcome to.
I think watching Ophi with amusement, being so excited about this familiar, I think one catches Cadence's eye as well. She goes down and kind of squats down next to Ophi, and I think one in the shape of a snake kind of slithers up on her hand and up around her arm.
How are
It's
you
like
so
I'm getting one as well.
There's like a moment of worry because snake, mouse, just sort of like moves it to the other shoulder. It's fitting. I
Are
think
we
it
getting
suits you.
friendship familiars?
It would appear so. Dran, do you want one as well?
No, I'll be fine. Thank you though.
Anola will remember this. I don't know this person, but they said no to friendship familiar.
All
I
right.
was just like staring at Dran, squinting a little bit, unbeknownst to anyone, just trying to figure out what familiar form would suit Dran.
The polar bear just
Hey,
walking behind
If
Dran.
you guys are really determined, Drand will reach out and hand, 75 gold pieces to the shopkeep for an enchantment, and it would be a snow owl.
Yeah.
Everybody getting things they want to eat mine. Interesting.
Mine is a
Fascinating.
capybara, for the record.
Aw.
Yeah.
Okay, we're safe.
A little one.
We are.
Actually, no. Can it be a full-size capybara?
Absolutely.
Can they be that big? I have a giant.
Capybara eat a mouse?
No, they're vegetarian. I hope not. I mean, I guess if push comes to shove, maybe they need to.
They're
But
just friends. They live off of friendship and love.
I like to picture everybody's familiars like on the back of the capybara as it's walking, the way that other animals do.
Okay, wait. Request. Can we all play Wander Home as our creatures? Familiar.
So good.
That would be
That's
so
like the
adorable.
between seasons interlude one shot.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, question though, who?
Hmm?
As I don't know if I fully decide. I am thinking Raven. Does it have 2 or 3 eyes though?
Your preference.
Okay. I didn't want to be like just now. I just have like terrifying other example of this god I don't understand on me. Normal Raven then.
It'd be fun though.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
With our menagerie completed. Joke's on you, these things take up no space. They don't count. You are welcome to continue to peruse the market. And whenever you're ready, head back. You know that Ree has promised you gifts and will likely be...
I don't know that.
That's true. Everybody but
I have
Rand knows
definitely
that
not
you've
told
been
you that.
promised gifts.
I also don't warn you about where we're heading.
I do wonder though, seeing your new station, would I be able to drop your name and get into the archives?
If Cadence was there, but just mentioning a name of a high scholar or their family might be more suspect than anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Cadence seems
But-
to have quite a bit of pull here. But
I mean, if Dran asks, I could get him into the archives.
that too.
I mean, the Spark Rates were supposed to pull some info, but they got a lot of shit going on, and I am just looking for if there is anything about my gauntlet. Would expect scholars to have the most accurate information.
Solid play. But we return back to the tower, Ree's home, where you still see that familiar cadre of guards out front. And through the windows, now that the blinds have been opened, you do see Ree, along with the chef, along with the help staff, all bringing out food, stacking a table for lunch, pulling out plates that probably haven't been pulled out in many years. Guests do not come by this estate, so all the staff seems a little excited. There's also a series of boxes laid out on the long dining table. All, of course, neatly bowed and little cards, just like this kind of velvety paper material with Ree's handwriting on it. We all step in. You, of course, are greeted by the staff. Offer to get you drinks, tea, water, whatever beverages you'd like, and gesture to have you all sit for lunch.
I sit without hesitation. About everyone
As
else.
always. Ophi does what they're told. The rat is on the table, though.
Oh yeah.
So I
How
don't.
big is the table? Is this like a
30 feet, probably.
casual?
Just a casual 30-foot dining table.
Is anybody sitting at the head of the table?
I mean, Ree will probably be sitting there.
Is she already?
Nope.
I will take that seat.
Is there like bottles of alcohol on the table?
No. In fact, the alcohol cabinet that was out yesterday is gone.
Fair enough.
But they do
Weird.
ask you if you want any drinks. They will bring you whatever you like.
I think I'll have water for now.
Ree
The last time I'm looking around because the last time we were in a place like this, this fancy, the town was being controlled by something not so great. So I am very much not trusting of this situation.
Very fair. Ree would come out, staring into the newcomer for just half a second before going to take a seat. Seeing Sprout there. I see that you not only acquired your friend, but a colorful collection of familiars.
Yeah.
Eat, please. I've sent for what I can for the archives, should be here this evening. I also sent for our family's private vault, some things that I believe will come in handy. And the boxes are passed each of you, opened one at a time. You have, for Ophi, the Oracle's Eye, a shimmering crystal orb. The Oracle's Eye possesses the power of divination. When gazed upon, it reveals a glimpse of the future, typically offering cryptic visions or clues about events that may come to pass. Those in possession of the Oracle's Eye can tap into the magic to gain insights, uncover secrets, and help to make more informed decisions. To Cadence, the Cloak of Shadow Song, an enchanted cloak that weaves itself seamlessly with the shadows, granting its wearer unparalleled stealth and the ability to meld into the darkness. Those donning the Cloak of Shadow Song become nearly invisible to both mundane and magical forms of detection, allowing them to move undetected and execute covert operations with ease. We have a Chaos Shard, a jagged, pulsating crystal fragment born of the raw energies of chaos. The shard grants its bearer the ability to tap into chaotic magics, unleashing unpredictable and possibly wildly powerful spells. It's a double-edged sword, however, as the chaotic nature of the shard can also cause unintended side effects or unpredictable magical surges. We have the Wildlands Pendant, a shimmering pendant crafted from rare Wildlands crystals. When worn, it allows the wearer to temporarily access the magical energies of the Wildlands, granting heightened senses, enhanced agility, and the ability to commune and command forest creatures. And finally, the Shield of Reflection, a shield crafted from polished silver and embedded with enchanted mirrors. The Shield of Reflection can deflect some magical properties, redirecting spells back towards the caster. It also provides enhanced defense against magical attacks, and can even create temporary barriers. These, of course, are family heirlooms, family artifacts, things that haven't seen the adventurer's life in many generations. And it might be raising a few red flags that your sister has decided to bring these out.
We appreciate these gifts. It's quite kind of you to bring these out, but these paired with some concerning things I've seen around the city makes me think there's something going on here that you aren't telling me.
A lot of people are very stressed. They're on edge. They think something is coming. Most patrols through the city have been called back, keeping constant guard on the palace, on the academy, on places of deemed importance. That crime has unfortunately started to rear its ugly head again. Wherever you're headed next, it's not going to treat you well. Wherever you're headed, whatever's waiting for you, I just don't want something to happen to you. I don't want to find out that you disappeared into the sands and who knows why.
Thank you.
As for me, you know that I am always fighting for my position from those that deem me unworthy. It's nothing new. Sure, they are using you all as ammunition. It'll blow over.
You've become quite good at weathering that, so I'm not too worried about you.
Mother taught me well. The few things that you did. Enjoy. Eat up. We're going to go check on those records. Again, staring at Sprout in her chair.
Do you, I'm sorry. Do you need me to move? I don't want to put you out.
She just, takes a step closer, sits down on the table, and just leans in. You'd move if I asked you to. No. You can sit there. Gets up.
Sprout is bright red, doesn't say anything.
Gets up and just heads to the stairs towards her office.
Sprout does not, look in Cadence's direction.
Yeah. Lunch commences. It's a wonderful feast. You're free to stuff yourselves as much as you'd like, drink as much as you'd like. And if there's anything else you don't like to do before evening falls, and your requested records are here, by all means.
I mean, Ophi's bringing lunch to Zariel. That goes without saying.
Yeah, Zariel hasn't really moved a ton, woke up, asked where you all were, has kind of just been sitting and not moping. Moping's the wrong word, but kind of just feeling guilty about what happened. So she hasn't really come down much.
Oh, yeah, if we haven't seen much of her since morning, yeah, Ophi's bringing lunch up. concerned that something is still, hurt or wrong or
Mhm.
etc.
But no, you'd be greeted with a smile. Clearly, like, in the midst of preening, like, all of the feathers, that kind of run down from the back of her head, around her shoulders and chest. Where, like, the right half of her is still kind of, like, all up and, like, in a disarray, but the left side is all, like, perfectly preened and laying down flat.
They're a side sleeper, you can tell.
Sorry, I didn't mean to miss lunch, but thank you.
No, you didn't miss it. It's right here. And there's, a plate and a glass of whatever and a small ethereal mouse on her shoulder.
Thank you very much. Takes it and
Would you like me to go?
no. You can if you would like to. You certainly don't have to stay.
She will go sit next to Zariel. Mm. Are you still feeling injured? Holding up in one's room is not necessarily beneficial, always.
Just my pride.
You did nothing wrong.
I am always so careful. I don't open the window. I don't leave unless it is necessary. But I was careless. I should have been paying attention more.
I don't think they were after you, for what it's worth.
Then I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, I suppose.
Or perhaps someone else brought the trouble.
You can see that there are thoughts like building, just a conversation is playing in their mind right now. But they just sit there and have their lunch.
I'm sorry for any trouble that we've caused.
You have not caused me any trouble. You have made me feel as free as I have ever felt.
I find that hard to believe when we are likely the reason you had a bolt in your shoulder.
Price of freedom holds up a fork with, like a piece of steak on it.
Regardless, I am sorry.
Like scoots closer on the cot, so the two of you are right next to each other. So, where are we headed to after this?
I am not certain. I'm sure Miss Cadence has plans. I do not know that we will be staying in the city long.
Oh, right. The I'm supposed to um um, take the armor pieces off and map all of the.
Oh, yes, the inspection. Just fully unfazed.
Yes,
Will that be a problem?
no, it's fine. It, just as long as you're okay with it.
Of course.
Good.
I've told Cadence I have had many inspections. It is a welcome bit of normal, I think.
They probably blue screen just for a few moments, just sit there, just like staring at the plate. Mm-hmm. Yes. Very, normal thing.
I understand that I am different, that I have not had the same lives as any of you. It is okay to find that strange.
My father was not even a harpy. Wasn't from our kingdom. But he taught me wrenches and machines, and wheels. My mother was the evoker. Controlled the sea, helped our ships get from port to port. I don't think anyone has had a life quite like me.
I don't think anyone has had a life quite like any other.
Someone should write that down. Yeah. And at that, they'll get up and start like opening their bag full of various tools. Whenever you're ready, they have offered us a space where we could have some privacy and we can get to work.
I will check with the others, make sure I'm not needed.
And we'll go get ready.
Are you all right?
No.
Anything that can be helped?
Someday.
Right. They're not gonna pry. Yeah, Opie will sort of, leave them to their lunch and their preparations, and go, run it by Cadence and everybody else. Like, do y'all need me? Are we gonna go do this now? Is there a better time, etc. Very casual. Like, Opie does not see the big deal in this whatsoever. I think she does ask Cadence, like, if we've all gotten our little gifts and things. Like, we'll ask Cadence to hold hers, because she had intended to sort of it's an minor, kind of interchangeable at this point. It's all bits and parts. It would make more sense not to have to carry it, but I'm not going to do that until after I've been inspected, because that's not actually like stock standard, right? I have enough weird add-ons at this point that they don't need to know what's going on there, right? So I just sort of ask Cadence, like, could you hold on to that until we're done with the thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Probably for the best. But
give me
that
a
doesn't
little
go on
bit.
record.
We need to have a conversation with Dran, and then we can get to that.
Of course.
The thing? What exactly did I miss here?
So much.
Clearly.
But you wanted to talk to me, right? Let's go to the study.
Fair enough.
You know the places in this house where you can get privacy.
Yeah. So I will lead Dran to the study, which I believe is where everyone was drinking the previous nights. Not
Yep.
that Dran would know that. So, what did you want to talk about?
I have been extremely weary of Magitech, particularly of Sophie, since we started traveling. But I've been watching. Sophie is very much like a child. It's very clear that Ophi is a very new breed of Magitech. Does Ophi have a soul? Is Ophi more than just Magitech? And who created her for what purpose?
I have some of those answers, but overall, frustratingly few of them. I don't think Ophi is a child. But
Okay.
is a new development in Magitech. So I'm starting to think they aren't quite as new as what we originally thought.
As in, there could be others?
I don't think so. But I think they've been around for a couple decades, perhaps.
Okay. And the thing that is happening now, what's going on with that?
An inspection. The guilds here, if they found out about Ophi, well, we wouldn't want to see the outcome of that. The arms race, so to speak, that would come of that. My sister can make the findings of my mission classified, but in return, she has asked that Zariel do an inspection. Kind of map out how exactly Ophi is made, I guess.
And we're sure that that's the best course of action, given how protective we've been of Ophi this far.
This gives us a level of secrecy and protection beyond what we could do ourselves, and I trust my sister.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it. I don't know that I trust the situation. I mean, it's family. Of course, you're going to trust your sister, and I can't fault that. But your sister gave very lavish gifts during lunch, and I don't know, that kind of screams like something isn't entirely right.
She is just protective of me. That's all. She's always taken the older sister role very seriously, but I mean, in
Fair
the
enough.
grand scheme of things, these gifts are not overly lavish.
This is a shard of pure chaos. You're gonna look me in the eye and tell me that this isn't lavish?
It's from my family's vault.
We come from two very different worlds.
We do indeed. My sister is one of the people who runs the city, not just the city, but Priya-Shate.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Hearing rumors and things sitting at the bar, it just doesn't sound like everything is, how would I put this? Very great here, as of late.
No, I would agree with that. Things are not quite as I left them. But it's the council, the academy pulling resources to protect themselves from. I'm guessing they're getting scared because of what is happening in Los Danica.
I mean, that's, yes, fair, but really smart to be pulling those protections from the citizens.
I agree. But the guilds have always been very self-serving, to put it nicely.
I mean, I learned that very quickly last night.
That is why we need my sister's help to protect Ophi from the other guilds.
Okay. Fair. And then just one last thing, just a minor little like bone to pick, I guess. I've heard rumor that you have claimed, or the rumor claims that you chose an entire town just to get information.
I don't have ice magic. Rumors blow out of proportion all the time.
Yeah, do you know who does have ice magic?
You've frozen an entire town.
I did freeze an entire town. I was very angry when I first set out on this adventure of mine, and
You're telling this to somebody who holds a not insignificant position in this government, who just bailed you out of jail.
telling this to somebody who I respect and trust at this point.
I will assume you had good reason.
Well, I just hope they thought out.
Is there anything else you wanted to discuss?
Nope, just mainly concerned about Ophi because like, I'm not a fan of Magitech. I have not been for a very long time. And the more I get to know about Ophi and spend time around Ophi, the more it seems like there's more to all of this than any of us have been able to get any answers to.
I agree. Try to stay out of trouble for the rest of the time that we're here in the city.
I think I'll just stay in the mansion.
Probably a smart choice.
And I guess I'll go off to find some drinks. Just kind of nod at Cadence and... Hey, where's that guard that I punched last night? Is he around?
I haven't seen him for a while.
Because I'll go offer them a drink as to make amends for giving them a black eye.
And I will go and find Ophi and Zariel.
I mean, Zariel is in the, like, I don't know if you can technically call it a basement if it's like 70 feet up in the air, but the below main floor area of the estate. In a perfectly sterile room, a comfortable couch, a table, you know, full like metal benches where all the tools can go. It's like they're preparing for surgery.
I'll check the room just to make sure there are no spying devices or anything like that. Yeah, I'll mostly, I think, stay by the door, just kind of standing guard, letting the two of them do their thing, because I don't know anything about Magitech.
As soon as you have the go-ahead, Ophi, you have that similar feeling of like almost like a blade kind of being pushed into in between your vertebrae and your neck, which you know is just to dull any pain sensations that might happen as you are literally opened
cut
up.
off the wiring, you're fine.
Opened up from like chin down to toes, fully exposed to the inner workings, like the veins carrying. What would fuel Ophi?
You know, that's a great question. Hoop. It's a really good question because we've established that like Ophi eats and Ophi, I guess to an extent, sleeps. Like there are some sort of like, you know, humanoid functions that exist. I'm kind of picturing if you've seen the film Bicentennial Man, when they get about halfway to the point of trying to make this robot a person, like it's all like fake veins and like it's not any like actual like biological anything, but it's like sort of mimicking all of that. So it's not like there's no like gore involved at all. It's mostly mechanics. It's mostly metal. There's some like wiring. It's like a water cooled computer kind of like that's kind of the vibe. Like it's super tech. It's not gross. Like
and clearly Zariel is taking every precaution, treating every piece that's removed with, you know, care and dare say love. More love for the job than anything, but still being the consummate professional.
Yeah, and Ophi is like helping. Like this shoulder's weird. There's a click on the back that like nobody realizes to, and yep, like being helpful. This is not weird to them at all. They've had a million tune-ups.
Pulls out just like a little shard of metal that Ophi got impaled with at some point.
Oh, that's what that. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And would get to work. The entire process, of course, is solely under the supervision of Cadence for as long as you're there. Ree would come down every once in a while just to make sure everything's all right, but otherwise it's just the four of you. And I feel like that's a wonderful place for us to take a quick break, give everyone a chance to grab a drink, stretch your legs, do what you gotta do, prepare to roll initiative, all those great things.
Hey, sorry, what was that last one, real quick?
Stretch your legs?
No, the other one. The other one.
I'm sure everything's fine. We'll be right back, everybody. And welcome back. Where we left off, everything was very normal and very calm, and there was nothing to worry about, and the world was at peace. I don't know why none of the players believe me. I always tell the truth.
Having a great time. I don't know. What about y'all?
When you start back with everything was normal and everything was at peace, that doesn't give us much confidence that anything is normal.
Well, the inspection of Ophi goes off without a hitch. You are put back in exactly the order that you were disassembled, maybe with a little more precision than whoever put you together last. As every piece is added again with care and just the total concentration of your harpy friend, Zaria. All the while, Cadence is looking over this scene. When you're finally done, Zariel just props you back up. Good, isn't it? How do you feel? Did I miss any parts? I don't think I missed any parts.
they'll click on the sensory input button or whatever and just yep, I think we're all set.
Good. I'm gonna go lie down. This was very new for me and very interesting.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
You did good.
If a bright red feathered harpy could blush, they would blush and collect their bag of tools and just give you a nod, Cadence, as they hit the stairs and head up. And it's just the two of you.
Just put the picture back up.
Seemed to go well enough.
They're very competent.
That she is. One of the best in the city. And could have that recognition if she would stay out of trouble.
But trouble is where the best inventions come from. At least that's what the books say.
It certainly seems to be the case, as she built my fan brace from scratch. It's the entire reason I can control time.
Just clearly looking at it I want to be nosy and peek at it and but I'm not gonna do that. It would be highly improper.
Would you like your eye back?
Oh yes, thank you. I'll have to see how that will. I have ideas. Just sort of looks around. Looks around the sort of I don't know, workspace that they're in. Do you mind if I use this space for a moment?
Go right ahead.
Kit, I sent you a message.
Are you all right?
I don't know that I'm a fan of that eye, but yes.
Is it concerning? Should I not have taken it?
Just a flash of something that I saw when you handed it to me, that's all.
Anything that needs talking about?
Have you seen anything with it?
I don't believe so. There was I mean, Hoop, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that there was anything substantial to be seen, or was it just a little
a feeling?
Okay.
Not much more than that.
Okay. I haven't hasn't shown me anything. If that's what you're asking.
I get the sense from it that if Zariel comes with us, it's not going to end well.
They would not survive.
Yeah, but I fear if we leave them here, they won't survive either.
So what do you suggest we do?
I don't know.
Is there elsewhere they could go?
Could send them back home. So I need to talk with her and find out what exactly she's wrapped up in. That attack, that wasn't on us.
Are you sure?
Fairly sure. Those interrogations came up with nothing. But
What
all
has
of us were
Zariel
out,
done?
I don't know. All of us were out in the street, and that bolt wasn't aimed at any of us. Instead, the sniper took a more difficult shot through the window. Zariel had to be the target.
Right.
So I'm going to let them rest for a little bit, and then I will ask her what's going on.
If you don't need me, I think I will keep an eye on them. It's not a joke. I realize how that sounds.
I think it's a good plan. I don't think we're going anywhere. The archives are bringing the research here, so we're all going to be holed up in probably various rooms reading for the rest of the day, so I don't think you're going to miss anything, except reading, but I can bring you some books if you like.
I would appreciate that.
Of course.
Maybe an hour or so after the inspection is done, you hear the door open. Stacks upon stacks of journals and notebooks are brought in, one after the other. And you have what information they have. Sprouts, your great aunt, an individual that had a connection to the Esper network that no one in this city had ever been able to crack. No one knew what this magic was, or how it worked, or how dangerous it could be, until their interview was almost torturous at points, trying to dispel her natural magics, trying to pull the dangers out so that they could fight it before it could be used as an ambush, and then asking questions after questions, finally coming to the fact that, for as new as this power was, she wasn't dangerous. Or she wasn't any more dangerous than any of the other visitors they get here. She stayed here for a few days, although her passport would have allowed her to stay much longer, as they wanted a chance to study her, to ask her more questions, get more in-depth knowledge of connecting to the Esper network. She talked to some folks, asked about some of the more political figures in some of the kingdoms. You would see the name Mara come up more than once.
In what capacity?
As if she were asking around about them. And then one day she's gone.
Were there any names of who specifically interrogated her?
There would be, actually. Captain Raison.
Were, like, in her askings about Mara, did it seem like she was asking about, like, somebody in the city, in the country? Like, did it seem like there was a location that did they tie her to the city that we were in when we met her?
It seems like whatever information she got here was either incorrect or unhelpful.
Okay.
The figure that she was asking about, it was always kind of in a more secretive way, as if she didn't really want that name spread out too much.
Okay. I would like to ask Cadence about this Captain Raison.
No secret there. Raison was stripped of his position years ago due to multiple complaints.
Petty official, abusing power. I don't even know if they're still around anymore in the city.
I mean, if there is a convenient chance that we come across them, let me know, but
I can ask around, see if anyone knows.
I'd appreciate it.
My brain just info dumped. What was the other piece of information?
For me,
Amulet.
Ambulance, yes.
Amulet and then Dran stuff.
There is nothing on the amulet.
God damn it.
It's a hunk of metal. There's thousands to hundreds of thousands of records of various amulets that all kind of match the description and kind of match what you're looking for, but nothing concrete enough to feel good about it.
Anything about Animos and Cerberus, the brothers?
Yes, but not in the official capacity, more like the fairy tale capacity, like a kid's book.
Okay.
Talking about, like, some old wives' tale, some old story told in some village outside of the town about, these dragons that brought forth life and energy and the sea and the sky, and then they just kind of faded off into obscurity when humanity didn't need them anymore.
Okay. I would just tell Enola, no luck, but we'll keep looking.
I'll add this to the growing list of questions I have.
You and me both.
You have no luck? Your partner's file is gone.
Someone's doing me dirty. I think she kind of just sulks. Like, after Sprout talks to her and she has nothing to really look at, lets the shadows kind of obscure her in the corner.
Anyone else? Owen?
A gauntlet.
Yes, the gauntlet, thank you. I knew I was missing one. How much information did you give them to go off of?
Oh, I gave them my nice picture of the gauntlet, so what it looks like. and just the history that I know of it, and that it was considered to be, the right hand of a god that he gave to these people, that was just passed down through generations, that my wife had as an heirloom that was stolen from her.
Kind of on that similar vein, there's a lot of gauntlets that would fit, blessed by a deity. Not quite fitting that same design. So you probably get back about a dozen results.
Okay. And the only other thing that I would have had on this, going through that information, is I would ask Cadence, I hear that we have a tinkerer staying here as well. Would I be able to talk to them?
Yes, she's resting currently. There was an attempt on her life yesterday. That's one of the many things you missed while you were in jail. She should be up by dinner, I'm sure.
No offense to your sister, but if someone was after her life, is she going to be safe in this town at all?
That is one of the questions floating around currently.
Fair enough. How important is this person to you, I guess? I don't know how to word this question.
She is one of my closest friends.
If they're not safe here, I can offer a safe house.
Where?
My house. It's not in the best condition since I've left. No one's been there to upkeep it, but it is in the north where not a whole lot of people travel.
I don't know if Zariel will be quite fond of that weather, but if she were to go on her own, would she have issues?
No, I can give her the required items for passage, and with my insignia and my symbol, my people will take care of her.
You may have given me a solution to a very complex problem. I'll talk with her, and I'll let you know.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Anything else on this evening?
I think we would have requested books for Ophi's Weird Rock. And I will,
Weird
whatever
Rock.
it is, I will bring it up to Ophi because I need to talk to the two of them anyways. So as promised, I will bring those books up.
You are putting the clerks through the ringer by asking for very specific details with very vague information.
Ophi will give Cadence the rock, if that is helpful. You can take it with you and see if they know what it is. That is fine. That's helpful.
I think...
Oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I think for something like this, they would probably just send some kind of enchanter to come and look at it with you, which is going to give you far more answers than trying to go through the things that they have studied in the past.
That's fine. I mean, if that's fine for the people who own the house, I don't want to invite additional people to someone else's house.
At this point, Rhea has just kind of surrendered the bottom floor to you all. But the enchanter would arrive, taking a few moments to look at the stone, telling you that this is a ward stone, specifically the Traveler's Ward. But to keep its travelers safe from as much harm as possible, kind of glimpsing into your fate a few moments ahead of you. If the stone were to ever glow very, very bright, that means that whatever path you were on was not good. The stone alarmed you and stopped you before you took that path. Kind of stepping back a few seconds in time to let you know, go a different way.
Fascinating. So if it glows, we have avoided a bad decision, or... Okay. Fascinating.
Obviously, it's not perfect, because fate is ever-changing, but...
It's still really cool.
You could see where someone might get a lot of use out of this if they're conquering cities, killing kings.
Have control of time, perhaps.
But your rock is identified. You are
Success!
welcome to keep it on you. Anything else this evening?
I would like to. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Anna.
No, it's fine. I need to talk with Hofi and Zariel, but
Yep.
you
All
can
you,
go
all
right
you.
ahead as well.
Nope. Go ahead.
Once the enchanter leaves, I will look at Zariel. So I need you to be honest about what you are wrapped up in. That was not an attack on us. That was directed at you.
I didn't know. I don't know anything. I don't know who those people were. I don't do anything. I haven't taken a job in weeks.
When we arrived, you were nervous that we were someone else.
There
Who
are
did you think we were?
people that had been coming by, that had knocked on the door. They did not offer the password. I did not let them in. They had stopped bothering me for a while. I thought maybe they had to come back.
So you don't know who is out to kill you.
No.
You don't know who might be angry at you.
It'd be my family, I suppose. Maybe they want me back. But then they probably wouldn't try to kill me.
Worry about your safety after we leave.
We? Not me.
A companion, Dran, you haven't met them, has offered a place for you to stay. In the meantime, to hide out. You're not going to like it.
No, I'm not. I refuse.
Do you have a better plan?
Yes, go with you.
Our path is not safe for you.
For everything that Cadence has said, it has been pure defiance. And one thing from Ovi, and she just cracks. But you don't want me to go with you?
I do. I do want you to come with, but it is not safe. And I
course that's
value
not
your
safe.
life. I value your life more than unfortunately spending time with you. I would rather have you be alive than be with us and not.
They kind of straighten up a little, like, tug on that tunic, entering a very professional air. And I will go to the safe house. And just turns and heads upstairs.
That
They are
one is-
angry.
Yeah, I think that's about as well as it could have went, though. I would love nothing more to have them with us, but after what the eye showed us, can't risk it.
It is the best idea, unfortunately.
Our situation in the city is fluid. So if the two of you are going to do a date, I would suggest you do it sooner rather than later.
I don't think they're very happy with me.
I can talk with them if you like, but feel free to lay the blame on me. This isn't
Why
the
would I
first
do that?
time. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that Zariel is angry with me, and she'll certainly get over it.
It might be the first without cause. This is no one's fault.
Just give her a few minutes, and then go and talk to her. While we were looking through other records the other day, I found this under your name
My name.
decades ago. I don't know what it means, but I thought you should have it.
My name?
I'll hand it over.
Young woman, identical features, description, inquisitive personality. Just so much older.
Mechanical?
Yep.
Oh. Oh.
I don't know what it means.
I don't either.
Information can be hard. Sometimes when you find it, it's important to not let it weigh you down.
Hard for it to weigh it down when I do not understand it. This isn't me, but it looks like me. It is named like me. What does that mean?
Don't know. I can take guesses, but I don't know that that would help you right now.
Is there any information on this, like, like the report, the like check-in information on where this person was from?
They draw a map of the entire world. They were traveling dignitaries under specific orders from the king himself, from Cimeris.
Oh,
They were here
fascinating.
visiting friends of the king. They spent time with basically all of the highest ranking architects and engineers and inventors that this city had to offer at the time. Were here for about a year and then left.
Right. I mean, Ophi will take the information and just sort of doesn't really know what to do with it. Is there anything else you need from me tonight, Miss Cadence?
No, just talk with Zariel. She'll see reason.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
Of course. If you need anything, I will probably be around their room. And they'll just sort of, very weirdly quiet for Ophi, just sort of turn around and head that way. They're not going to go immediately bug Zariel, but they might, sit in the hall outside of that room and read over the papers.
All right. Sprout, did you have anything?
Did John take the Chaos Shard? Do you have it on you? I would like to go find John then.
Can't
Hey.
give this kind of power to this duo.
Welcome back. Hope jail was nice.
I mean, it's one of the nicer jails that I've been in, yes.
Tracks, honestly, for this city. That nice big fancy rock you got. Did I see that?
Yeah, you can take a look at it.
Do you put it in my hand, or do I just
Yeah.
have to look at it? Okay. I have no idea where we are, but I'm gonna take a little bit of space, and I would like to see if it is a conduit that I can use to get to the Soul Network. I just want to sense if there's something there. I don't want to tap into it yet.
Yeah, it's certainly powerful enough to be a conduit.
I would like to think about the big scary death person and see if I can see them.
Without tapping into anything, you probably wouldn't get much.
That's okay. I will do it. I will tap into the Soul Network, and I would like to find the big scary death person. I am not looking for Mara this time.
D10, please.
Oh no. Why? What have I done to deserve this, Hoop?
Use a Chaos Shard.
That is an 8.
8.
Oh fuck, we're still inside the house, aren't we? Please don't wreck their house. I'm gonna
No.
feel so bad.
For the next 6 seconds, you would have resistance to poison.
Oh. Are they, well, they might try to poison me, so that could come in handy.
Yeah. You'd finally have that familiar feeling of being reconnected to the Soul Network. A channel of the possibility of life and death. And see just glimpses of a figure clad in as anime villain of blackened armor as you can imagine. Sitting on this throne that kind of just drifts off into shadow. Maybe 30 feet in front of him, a figure just slumped in a set of chains that hang from the ceiling.
Do I get the sense that I'm there, or am I just like, does he look at me? I'm sorry, the big bad, I don't know what their pronouns are, but do they look at me?
If you'd like to try to act on the scene, you could certainly try.
I would like to... Actually, I want to look around first. Anything noticeable?
There's not much else in the way of detail.
There never is.
Technically, this isn't like a physical place that exists.
I know, but you could give me something, Hoop. You could give me something. I would like to move into the space and put my hand on Mara's shoulder. I'm assuming that it's Mara.
She would kind of flinch
Hey.
a little bit.
Hey, Anna. Anna, you don't got to remind Hoop about it.
Oh, I know.
Now I'm scared. Now I am terrified.
She would kind of flinch a little bit, like kind of eyeing that space, not seeing anything, but feeling the touch for just a second.
Does the scary person look at me?
Mm-mm.
I'm going to squeeze Mara's shoulder and just say, I'm trying to find you. I haven't forgotten about you. And then
Doesn't respond.
I will. I just want to try and like really just kind of zero in on whatever this big scary is. Like take in any features, any vibes that I get, anything at all, so I can try to learn more whenever I am no longer here.
You'd have enough time for a pretty good mental picture.
Beautiful. Okay. And then I will break the connection. Does it happen? I'm so scared.
What happened?
Who do I like? Am I able to go back? Am I like back in the house?
Yeah.
Do the vibes feel off?
Usually. But
Do they?
I mean, once you're gone, your connection to the soul network is again severed. It hasn't like healed it or anything.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm very afraid that this guy's gonna follow me.
You don't get the sense that that's happened.
Okay. I will spin back around. Uh, thanks. This thing is pretty freaking strong. I'll hold the shard back out to John.
No longer impervious to poison.
I'll go ahead and take it back. But as I'm taking it back, I'm just gonna kind of like a cautionary warning. And if Sprout is paying attention, I kind of like rub my arm where I've got some pretty dark looking scars like curling up that arm. Of just, you really want to be careful with this kind of magic. Sometimes things don't always go as planned. And then I will put the shard back in a little pouch and go to find Zariel.
Sprout looks a little confused, but doesn't say anything.
I think you'd find Ophi sitting out front of Zariel's room.
Does Ophi look concerned, or like what is Ophi's state as I come?
Concerned isn't a bad word. Preoccupied. They've got a stack of papers in their hands, and are just sort of like sitting on the floor next to the door, just reading through them, looking very like.
As I come up to the
not happy.
Come up to the door, like I'm just gonna kind of like ruffle Ophi's hair and just be like, "You doing okay, kiddo?"
I'm all right. Are you looking for something?
I just needed to talk to Zariel about a couple things.
Just sort of like nod to the door.
You sure you're okay?
I will be.
All right. And then I guess I'll knock on the door.
Sorry, I'm a bit busy.
I don't mean to take much of your time. I just had a few questions and needed to give you a few things if you're going to use my home as a safe house.
Oh. The door opens. Zariel looks down or up, depending on where Ophi's at the moment. Back at you. Yes, sorry. I do appreciate that you have offered your home such as this.
Well, you're important to Cadence, and you've clearly made a very good friend of Ophi here. It's the least I could do. Um, it may not be in the best condition. It's been a few years since I've been home, um, but it's more than welcome to you. My people will keep good care of you. You know, we'll get you anything you need. There's a small workshop that you're more than welcome to go nuts with. Um, you just need this here, and I'll pull a coin out, and it's got like a fist, um, what looks like a snowstorm kind of surrounding that fist. This is the symbol of my house. When you do get to Agnapoir, you need to tell them that your name is Drond. Um, that will give you access to everything that I have, my wealth, my home. You will be Drond for the time that you were there.
I understand.
The only thing I wanted to see on this end, and I'm gonna pull out that chaos crystal in a picture of a gauntlet for my left hand. Um, I was wondering if you could maybe tinker something to contain this crystal.
Yes, that would be easy.
Yeah, if you could do that, it would be very much appreciated. I'll even pay for your time and costs.
Probably won't get it to you before I leave.
I'm not too worried about that. And I will go ahead and I will hand over the crystal and a tiny sack of zenny that I have left on me, and well, you have a good night. It was nice meeting you.
You as well.
And then I'm just gonna wander off. I'm gonna go find what kind of trouble I can get into in this house.
Sophie, they would start to shut the door, but then poke your head back out. Would you like to come in for a moment?
Very much so.
Stepping in, you would see a bag on the cots that they were sleeping on, with like all of their stuff repacked, ready to go, and like two sets of sheets sitting on the balcony, like tied to one of the railings. Okay, hear me out. If we just go right now, we could both be drowned.
So, in sort of this, the interim after their little inspection time had been completed, Ophi had gone ahead and put that eye where eyes go. When Zario mentions just the two of them leaving, do they get anything? Can they try to get anything on if that would be enough to keep them safe?
There's no sense that the specific future you're looking for under that course of events would come to pass.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know that was as cryptic as I could possibly
No,
make
of course,
it.
yeah. I expect nothing less, truly. Yeah, no, Obi's kind of like that curious, like little like confused little head tilt that they so often wear around all of you guys. I don't think that would be enough to keep you safe.
Is it you? Are you the reason that I'm not safe?
I don't know.
Well, I don't care.
You are not the only person for whom your life matters.
Sounded like everyone here. You sound like Cadence.
Miss Cadence is very smart. Miss Cadence also cares for you a great deal.
I said that I would get on the boat. I will go to the safe house.
And if I can, I will make sure that you do not stay there long. Though I am a little sad that you would have left before we had our date. Just sort of staring at the window.
But no, this was for us to climb down.
Likely story.
If it were me, I would have just flown. I can fly.
I can also fly now. We worked on those together.
I don't know how I forgot that. Well, then we really can't just leave whenever.
If I did not care about you, I would say yes. But you have done too much of value for my friends and for me. And if I let you get hurt, I do think Miss Cadence would kill me. Or have me disassembled or something. I'm not quite sure. And I would not blame her.
I am clearly very hardy. Like, kind of pulls off that, like, collarbone piece of the tunic. Show the spot where there aren't any feathers anymore. It is now just kind of scarred over.
You almost weren't.
You,
I cannot be the reason that that happens.
you almost could have never come to the city. You almost could have never met Cadence. Our lives are nothing but almost could have.
Yes, but if it is within my power to avoid the bad possibilities, then it is my responsibility to.
I understand. I will go. I will see you at the safe house someday.
You will. You do know that it is not that I want you to leave, right?
I know.
Do you?
Yes. You seem like
Good.
the kind of person that fights for what they believe in.
I do. Thank
If
you.
you believe in me, then you would fight for me.
I hope you can see that this is me doing that.
It's just very annoying.
Agreed. Though Cadence has said if we are to go on our date before we leave, we should do so in
Yes.
the next few days.
I did want to show you one of my favorite spots to watch the sunset.
I suppose that would be enjoyable.
They take the rucksack off full of tools and stuff and just toss it to the cot. We have about an hour until sunset. We could go get perched, talk.
All right. We should tell them that we are leaving so that they do not worry. But yes,
But then they're going to send people to follow us.
let me talk to Cadence.
Cadence is the
Let me
one that
talk.
will send people
Let me
after
talk
us.
to Sprout.
All right.
I will be back. And then they sort of run out of the room in search of where's the one fucker that won't tattle on me.
At this point, I think
You're
I
like,
would
if you don't return.
At this point, I think I would have gone to find Sprout, since Sprout is kind of my partner in crime, to see what trouble we could get into.
Sprout is still a little bit mopey, so I'm still hanging out in front of the windows when either of you come to find me.
And that's exactly why I have come to see what kind of trouble we can get into in this place. Like, do we need to continue your pickpocket training? Do I need to teach you how to give a guard a black eye? Like, what options do we have?
I feel really bad saying this because it's Cadence's home, but there's a lot of shiny shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so what you need to learn then is sleight of hand, so nobody catches on when you slide something into your pouch.
That sounds about right. I don't know when Ophi jumps in.
I think about that point.
Sprout, if
Ophi.
I do not come find you in a few hours, tell Cadence.
That seems like a terrible idea. I'm going to turn to who has our little talking. I want to call them Rocky Talkies because that's what they were in the last campaign. Our little communication devices.
Oh, our amulets.
They're amulets. That's right.
I don't think I have one yet.
You have one, John?
I have one.
John had one.
Can I take the amulet?
Yeah, more power to you.
I'm going to hold it out to Ophi. You tell Cadence yourself if you're in trouble, and we'll come running.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Where are you going? What is happening?
I'm going on a date. And then they turn around and run off.
Oh.
I'm going to turn to Drawn. I'm so glad that you were here to witness that with me because I would have thought this was a fever dream.
Wait, Ophi is going on a... I'm kind of like... I'm just like, I have so many thoughts. Like, should we let Ophi go off on her own on a
I'm
date?
not your child. It's...
I mean...
You're not... You ran off. You're not here to hear this conversation. They're pretty competent, and their date seems like they're not going to let anything happen to Ophi. So, wasn't their date just the target of an assassination attempt?
Yeah.
So, would it not be wise to have maybe somebody follow them?
Those are details. Those are details. We'll keep an eye out. Any buildings explode, we know where to go. Ophi's got a communication. And you saw and heard nothing. Plausible deniability. You taught me that.
I mean, I just don't want to face the wrath of Cadence either. Cadence can teleport through time, okay? We would be dead before we knew it. Like, literally.
We should go find the other amulet and make sure that if Ophi's in trouble, they get in contact with us and not Cadence.
That's like appear out of the shadows, and I'm just like, I just appear at the shadows, and I'm like, I can watch them. They won't see me. It's an offer.
I'm so torn. Ophi wants to be on its own. Let Ophi. I say we go steal the other amulet.
All right.
Go big or go home. I'll steal from Cadence.
Okay, so this is like the S rank of theft challenges. So...
I'm gonna turn to Enola. Enola, you want to come steal from Cadence?
That is something that if you would have asked me that a week ago, I would have laughed in your face. Now, I think we're on good enough terms. It might be fine. I will, though, before like jumping into heist mode, try and just like catch a peek of the cute couple leaving and cast barrier on them.
Aww. Yeah. You see them both just opening the doors to the balcony, two sets of wings spreading out, one kind of a reddish amber, the other more metallic and golden. And they are off.
Ophi sort of falls for a second and then catches it. Like, they have not practiced this yet. It's adorable. Dang it.
But I feel like the next 15 to 30 minutes would probably be Sprout trying to find the perfect moment to steal from a time assassin.
Can I roll for it to see if I can do
I
it?
will say she is probably in the bath currently. Which you would see she's like in a bathtub. Starlight is still right next to her within arm's reach without even trying. Like she could easily have it in her hand. But her other stuff is a little ways away from her.
So we'll lower the difficulty level to a more manageable level.
Beautiful. What
Because
do
I
you
don't want
want
to
to
stab
roll?
Sprout tonight. So
Can you hit a difficulty level of 14 with a
Depends on-
dexterity?
I mean, do you want me to roll perception?
That's a fantastic idea. Willpower dexterity versus... You know what? Willpower dexterity. Let's just make it an even competition.
Willpower dex?
Okay.
Oh no.
Could I repurpose one of my spells
great
to
bath.
make the slow or weak condition instead be they're just really comfy in the bath and they just get real chill?
I was gonna say she is relaxed, but she is used to attempts on her life, so
This is true.
Is your stuff like, is this into the bedroom, bath is over here? Is this like a bathroom is down the hall kind of thing? What's the situation?
that is what does bath technology look like?
Oh, every
in
room
Strata?
has their own private bath. It is
Fancy.
using some sort of arcane contraption, collects the condensation in the air, purifies it, dumps it out into the bath at whatever temperature you want.
So it's in like the same room with like one of those room
Yeah, a divider.
screen sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, her stuff is probably on the bed currently, all except her sword.
I'm just planning what I'm gonna do when I fail.
Okay.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna react.
How are your dex and your willpower? What dice are those?
D8s, both of them.
Oh. It's a D10 and a D8. So.
Oh, fuck. That's a 12.
It's a 16.
A Fabula
So
point.
We've had 2 hero points given in chat that weren't specified for anybody.
I've
Sprout
got.
allowed to have those.
I've still got 2 from last game, so I'm gonna spend one of mine. And I will use what Drond has taught me, like
Your bond with Drond.
my bond with Drond.
Your drawn bond.
My Drond bond.
You know, I rolled a 16. You have to roll max.
God, Cadence. I rolled a
Just
14.
you can keep stacking Fabula points. It's in the rules.
Keep
You can
doing
just
it.
keep going.
Rolled a 14. I don't know if it's gonna get better than that, but I'm gonna roll my other one.
Looking for double 8s.
I rolled a 15. I'm so mad right now. I am so mad.
One
right
more?
now.
You gotta go one more.
If I would have to use the group's Fabula point.
Use it.
Fabula points.
Do it.
I will give you one of my Fabula points.
Do it.
Get me a regular date. Damn it.
No, I didn't get it that time. That's okay because Sprout thinks on their feet, and when do I, Cadence? What do you do when you see me?
Great
When you
question.
realize that I have broken into your room to try to steal some shit?
There is. I guess if she sees that it's you, you can see that Starlight is halfway unsheathed by the time she realizes that it's you. And she is just sitting in this bath holding the sword half unsheathed, just staring at you. Looking very tense, like waiting to see what you do.
I am respectfully looking away. I need to
There's like
borrow
the perfect
something.
tasteful bubbles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need to borrow something, Cadence.
Do you?
I am slowly inching toward the bed as this is happening.
And what exactly do you need to borrow?
I just need to borrow something really quick. And I know I have not given you much reason for this, but I need you to trust me. As soon as I am within arm's reach, I'm just gonna grab the entire pile of clothes as much as I can and throw it into the hallway toward Drond and Enola, knowing that one of them will get it and hoping that they will run with it.
The fun thing is, I don't even know what we're looking for. I'm just like,
This is not what I meant when I asked you to like be chill.
Why? What? Sprout, what is
you'll get him
going
back.
on?
You'll get him back. You'll get him back. Give me a couple hours, and I'm gonna run out the room with all of Cadence's clothes.
I'm just
Cadence
Sprout
is
is cosplaying as
tempted.
Cadence.
Cadence is tempted to follow, but after a moment, just shakes her head and sits back in the bath.
Just find a thing. Just find a thing. It's somewhere in here. I am assuming that the amulet is in the clothes. Cadence, please don't do this to me.
No, she was wearing it the whole time. What if someone needed to get in touch? No, they're in the clothes because everyone is in the house, so there shouldn't be any reason to use the amulet.
I'm gonna find the amulet, and then I'm going to fold up the clothes very nicely, and I will just place them inside the door on the ground, and I will not go back into that room ever again until the day I die. That was very scary for Sprout. And then I'm going to turn to Drond, and I'm going to say, that was a bad idea.
Oh, I'm chock full of them. Nice thinking on your feet. We just got to get you better at the sleight of hand, and maybe. I'm not too familiar with you. I believe her name is Enola.
Hi. Yeah, sorry. It's been busy. I haven't felt like I should interrupt and introduce myself. I'm Enola.
Maybe if Enola sticks around, hangs out with us long enough, they can teach you some stealthy. Because I've noticed they just like to pop out of the shadows like crazy. Which I mean, if we're gonna teach you how to steal, that skill right there is gonna go a long way.
I mean, she's pretty fucking good at it. She does a lot with the shadows. It's pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
You can't see my face now. It's just like all like heat, haze, and shadow.
There's just this eldritch horror next to Sprout.
It's like, oh, yeah, I would be glad to teach you my ways. Even without all of this, I was always pretty sneaky. Got into a lot of shit as a child.
All right, well, we got the thing. That was the goal. I got plenty to learn. I'm going to hold on to the amulet. Making a point of that because I have plans.
Okay. I do believe that Ophi has a broken one, or did you already fix that one?
We had, I believe, 2 or 3 that were working and one that was busted.
Yeah.
Dragon
has one.
Yeah.
You have one. Sprout has one. It should be a broken one.
I was gonna say, yeah, I thought there was 4 total and one was broken, but let me.
We can go back and check. There's more.
2 working, 2 not. I fixed one of them.
Yeah, there we go. Ophi, let's run some properties. There we go. And I'll post this so you guys can.
This better be romantic, Hoop. This is
love
battle
is
music. I would have been
Combat
so mad.
music.
It's a love and
Yeah.
fantasy.
If you try to kill my love interest again, Hoop,
Why?
I mean, some, like,
second
Michael
episode in a row,
Bolton,
get so close right now, I will never forgive you.
Barry White, you know, get
Mhm.
that, like, or like some Chuck Mangione, you know.
Marvin Gaye. Is that anything?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the two of you take off into the air, hitting kind of these little structures almost connected to those glass towers, but and off a little bit, just like little balancing beacons, just little watch out towers. And this is up a good extra maybe 100 feet up. But these are a ways up there. But they lead you near the top of one, and they touch down very elegantly and gracefully. You are immediate behind, as graceful as you feel you would be on your brand new set of wings.
I'm gonna go with not super. It is as competent as somebody with an extensive knowledge of physics is gonna be. But as I have said from the beginning, they are not super physically or combat inclined. So you're trying. They don't fall off, so that's good.
I imagine it's the equivalent of having like a ballet dancer finishing a routine, and then a weightlifter like dropping the weights that they just lifted. Both
Yeah,
highly
yeah.
talented, but just two different approaches.
Yeah, definitely. There's probably like a second they touch down and like about topple over and like have to be caught. Like stuck the landing, totally. Got it.
You're learning the wings very well for someone who has never had them before.
You think?
It helps that
They're
they helped
fun.
build them.
That's true. I hope I will get some use out of them. It's very fun to fly.
You had better. And they'll sit kind of on. For anyone with a fear of heights, this would ruin you. But the two of you, with the capacity to fly, half dangling off this little metal shelf, multiple hundreds of feet up in the air, and you're able to just see a vast array of desert as the sun is setting, as the shadows are kind of creeping along like a wave. Everything is almost like a light switch going down the line as lights are just turning off. And you can immediately see creatures coming out without the harshness of the sun bearing down. The desert kind of comes to life.
Ophi is enraptured. It goes without saying. Like the technology that goes into lighting a city like this at night, superb. The fact that there are critters, excellent. It's all like the sunset is also very beautiful, and probably is like, but far more enraptured by like, oh, and like the physics of the way that the atmosphere changes. Like it's very, they're like asking so many questions about how the lights work and like what sort of critter is that. But very clearly like enraptured, having an excellent time. This is the coolest thing that they have seen today. They've seen a lot of cool things, but this is very cool. It's not to discount it. This is very cool.
During the entirety of the conversation, the back and forth, their wings would have kind of spread out and overlapping yours, and it just creates this array of the two sets of feathers just intermingling and forming this cloak around the both of you. And finally the sun fully sets. The desert comes alive. There's hundreds of lights that come on in the city down below you. One light in particular draws your attention. It's not like an arcane light. It's not just this puff of magic that created a source for people to go about their business. This is belching smoke. Those of you
Sort of
down
like-
on the ground,
Oh.
that's wrong. There's a quiet, a just peace that you have felt for days now. For most, it would lull you into this sense of security, of safety. For some, you are kind of always on your toes. As Sprout has gotten the amulet, as Cadence has gotten out of the bath, found your clothes, gotten dressed, Enola and Drand, the two of you, are enjoying the amenities of the tower. There is a thunderous boom. The entirety of the building shakes just a little bit. Then another one. And another one. In a matter of moments, the tower itself drops a good 20 feet, hits, and parts are just breaking off, one after the other. And it falls again, just kind of collapsing slinky style, bit by bit. What would the four of you like to do?
I am immediately running to find my sister because that is my job. And she's my sister, but it is also my job.
Mhm.
So I'm going to trust the others to take care of themselves, knowing that Ophi's with Zariel, so they can fly out the window if needed. And the others can probably get themselves out, but I am heading for my sister.
I would head toward Cadence's room and hopefully intercept and just say Ophi and Zariel are in the city.
Cadence gives you a very cold look, but does not stop running.
And I'm gonna look for a way to get out, and I will use the amulet to try and get in contact with Ophi.
Nola and Dram?
I mean, I would have stayed with Sprout, since we were waiting to hear anything from Ophi on the amulet, so I would have been running with them to, I guess, find a way out.
Nola?
I mean, Enola's also kind of been sulking, so probably would have been like that fly on the wall with the other two. And when it was all going, probably would have, instead of, like, pop, 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 fall in a different room, like staying within a view of everyone. But I think, yeah, just if things are coming down, we'll cast out a barrier on the four of us. No, I don't think it helps Cadence anyway. So, and I don't know what Drans is, but I'm doing it anyway. And then we'll just like pull up my shield and try to like stick close to everybody and follow suit.
I need to roll for a hazard. I haven't done yet. I don't think we faced a hazard yet.
Ooh, can my shield cast the barrier since it does barriers? Because that'd be really cool.
Yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't. A 12 against everyone's physical defense. Does that hit anyone?
Including me.
The barrier makes, if it wasn't already higher, mine, Drans, and Sprout's 12.
12 would just hit.
Does that
Okay.
include
I didn't
me?
know if it meets or beats. In
Yeah,
this game.
everyone but Ophi.
Okay.
Yeah,
My defense
that
is a
would,
13.
Dude,
That would hit
Cadence,
because it would put me to a 12.
you start to run.
If yours was above a 12, then it doesn't
It
change.
stays above a
obviously,
12.
but
What was yours before, Dram?
10.
10. Oh. Yeah, you all start to move, have a few moments to tell Cadence that Ophi's gone. That first collapse hits. The entire tower just shakes, and Cadence, you find that you're able to stay to your feet. The rest of you, other than Ophi, will take 5 points of damage and find that you are just flattened to a wall. Part of the ceiling has collapsed. It is just kind of cutting you off from everything. Cadence,
Are the three of us?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, are the three of us still together, or are we separated from each other now? You don't gotta roll, Hoop. You can just say we're together.
Drond, the all kind of collapse in such a way that the people that you were just with are now separated by just this barrier of rubble. Enola and Sprout, the two of you are similarly cut off, but together. I do have a villain point. A explosion is going to rocket up. Flames are just going to bathe the tower. This one's against magical defense, if that helps.
My magical defense is a fucking 6.
That's an 11 against magic defense.
That just hits me, and I think I have the highest.
Yeah, that just hits me too.
Yeah, it's gonna hit me.
Am I far enough away still for this one?
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
are many hundreds of feet up.
question. I have
You said
the
up.
shield says something about deflecting magic and redirecting spells.
This is
Does
not
it
a
help
spell.
at all?
Not
Okay, cool.
chemical. That is 20 points of fire damage to everybody then.
I'm going to use
Hoop,
my
I'm
hand
gonna have
activity
to ask
have
you
that.
to please stop.
I'm going to have that with my camp activity.
Just bracing yourself again, the fire kind of washing over you. Everyone else is just consumed by this inferno. The tower is still collapsing. And those three were swallowed up by the part of the house collapsing around them. You could probably get out from here. You know the layout of the house, you are fast enough. You singularly could escape.
I need to find my sister. Would I know where she was? Did I know like where she was at? In a room,
Pretty much been
study?
in her room the entire time.
And that's where I'm heading. I'm going to trust my party to get out because I don't know that I can bury them at this point. I mean, everyone should be making their exit, so hopefully they are. And I'm heading for my sister because that is my duty. That is exactly what I am trained to do in this moment. I'm just as fast as I can heading for her room.
You would come in at the tail end of what should have been a very routine teleportation spell. Something to get the high-ranking members of the city somewhere safe should trouble happen. The spell finishes, the sigils all start to glow, and then all fizzle out. Your sister kind of stumbles under the falling tower, just looks at you, bewildered.
We need to go now.
That should have taken me out of here.
I don't know why it didn't, but we're gonna have to run.
Right. Reaches out, grabs your hand, and you're headed for the door.
Yeah, because if I look back down the hallway, it has collapsed, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, then I can't help them, so heading for the door.
At this point, it's a jump. The remaining 50-ish feet.
Yeah, as we get to the ledge. Can you soft landing for us?
If that still works, yes.
I will just jump, yanking her off with me.
Two of you glide, hit about halfway, and a pair of just clearly arcane wings sprout out like a parachute and slowly descend. Those of us still inside, however. Enola and Sprout, the two of you are together.
Yep.
Currently trapped.
I have a question. I would like to. I'm kidding. Sorry. I have the painful lesson skill from Darkblade. I got hit twice technically.
Mhm.
I wanted to see if I could like tell what, because it was damaged from the building, but can I tell like what caused the building to be damaged?
I don't even think that's a question. It was explosives.
Could I tell, like, were those internal or external from the building?
Extra.
Did they get? Okay, they got fired, and this is not something that like somebody planted something inside the building. It
Well,
doesn't seem.
I would say that it does seem planted. It doesn't seem as random as like someone shooting a fireball into the building.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna turn. Oh, well, first I would tell Ophi through the amulet. Ophi, tower's going down. Hope your date was good. I don't know what to do. We're gonna try to get out. Just probably don't come back to the tower. Try to get away if you can.
I would like seeing that there was something on fire in the distance. Like I knew where I came from. Would I know that that's the tower?
I would say so.
So I think Ophi was about to call you, honestly. Like,
Perfect timing. Hey.
or I guess Cadence, because I assumed Cadence had the other one. So I sort of like calls, like picks up the thing, like it's like, Cadence, are you Sprout? Are you getting out? Are you out?
We're gonna try. I think Cadence went to go find her sister. I don't know where Drond is. Enola and I are together. Something.
I'm coming to help. And clicks it off.
Oh God. Enola, you would hear Sprout just go, oh God.
I'm like trying to like get some rubble to like fall out of the way so we can have a way out of this hallway. Like, because there's nowhere else we can run here, right? Like we've gotten, yeah. So I'm trying to like whichever way Dran was. I think I'm trying to dig that direction in hopes that maybe he's also digging, or there's somewhere that direction we can get out.
Am I on the other side of like where they got trapped?
Yes. So
like, okay.
Drand, there is like the hallway that kind of leads deeper towards the rooms is where you have been trapped. The hallway that leads towards Ree and Cadence's rooms is where Sprout and Enola would be trapped.
Can I see any openings that we could use to try and like jump or get out?
You'd know that each of these rooms has a balcony.
Okay, so what I first want to do is I want to channel ice into the rubble to try and like basically brittle it up and then just like throw a punch to see if I can't break that rubble to get Enola and Sprout out.
Drand and Enola, if the two of you would like to make might dexterity rolls, with the help of the ice, I think difficulty 10.
Is this is like sorry, I'm still getting used to the rules. This is like a strength and accuracy. I don't really know what accuracy the check is.
So accuracy is just whatever rolls a weapon takes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So this is just whatever your might die is and your dexterity die.
Cool.
So that is going to be 16.
Beautiful.
Quite literally the best I could do with double sixes.
That is a crit and gives you an opportunity.
Okay. Those were pinned somewhere, yeah?
Yes. Should have been.
Yes.
I did my
Yeah,
job.
in our Discord chat. There's a thread. Actually, it's not pinned.
Oh no, I can't see the thread because I wasn't a part of it.
Says you are.
I have to book up this one. It's not showing up under the Fabula Ultima for me
I
anymore.
can tag you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why that just disappears. I'm so tagged. Okay. I guess probably just advantage. the next check performed by you or an ally will receive a bonus. Is there any sort of like clock currently of surviving?
There is. Yeah, 1 of 4 ticks of this tower falling down.
Gotcha. So maybe instead I'll erase that 1 tick real quick if I can fill or erase up to 2 sections on the clock. Maybe we just won't have that happen quite yet.
That will save you from the second collapse attempt. Buy you a round of that finally busting through the ruins. The tower's kind of eased off for a second, but you can feel it's getting ready to collapse again. But you're together. I do have a second villain point.
Oh my god.
Why do you hate us?
I didn't give the villain points. Don't look at me.
Who
Chat,
in
this
chat?
is what you've done.
Yeah.
You're choosing to use them, though, is the thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Own your actions, Hoop.
This is another ball of fire that consumes the tower. That's only an 8 to hit magic defense.
Oh, thank
Still
God.
hits me.
Come on.
Still hits me.
Yep.
Jesus. Okay, I need to do the spell that bombshells MP, not your defense. Shit.
That's 20 points of fire damage.
Shit. I am not looking good.
I'm sorry.
A
Take
little
it again.
toasty.
Was helping get the wall destroyed my action, or do I still have the ability to spell?
So this is technically a whole new round, but you
Okay,
all
cool.
have the opportunity to act.
Cool
And
beans.
someone else gets
As
Fabula points whoever wants it. Oh, it's never mind. It's to Sprout.
Who gave me one? Was it Elsie?
Elsie.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, BB. Appreciate it. Gonna need it.
I'm gonna give a little scritch to my raven on my shoulder so he can disappear for a second, because I'm gonna cast heal on 3 of us. So that'll have that because it's a very expensive spell. 40 HP back to Dran, Sprout, and Enolan.
And that spell only costs half the mana.
Thank God. It's only 15 instead of 20.
That bit of rubble
10 per
immediately
person.
comes down. Another boom reverberates from the towers that get consumed in flames. But when it fades off, it's just Enola holding that healing spell, stopping the flames from burning as they are trying to burn you.
I'm following y'all.
Well, that's nice.
Yep.
Nice skill to have there. So all of these rooms have balconies,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
I want to try something. Now you guys gotta kind of trust me on this. I've never done this before. I want to make an ice slide from that balcony, kind of like a safety slide from like an airplane.
So fun.
To like get us out of here.
Think an insight willpower.
Insight, willpower. All right.
Aiming something like that is going to be a nightmare. We'll call it
I gotta do what
difficulty
I gotta
12.
That is 2 6s.
And an opportunity.
Let me pull the opportunities. Can I store it?
Unfortunately, you gotta pick one.
Let me look here.
It's a good one.
I mean,
There's a few really good ones.
I think I will just try to hold off the destruction of this tower so that we can get down.
Same thing, go for progress to hold it back.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna, hold off the clock so that we can try to get down without this collapsing as we're sliding off.
Okay. Sprouts? What you got?
Does
the tower is halted for the moment as like a bridge of ice has extended out and kind of created this bridge.
Where is this ice bridge going to? Is it going down? Is it going to like the next tower over?
Would be going. It's like an emergency slide, so I'm like trying to aim it down to like the courtyard so that we can like slide down and get out.
Does it look like it's there and it's ready for use?
It's as safe as it possibly could be.
Do we have our weapons?
I assume you always have your weapons.
I always
Thank
got
God.
my weapons.
I would like to. I'm so afraid. I'm gonna go first. I would like to tie a rope to one of the arrows of the crossbow, the heavy crossbow that I have, and ready it so that as I'm going down, if something starts to happen, I can use it as a grappling hook, and hopefully be able to give something for them to latch onto as I'm going down.
Route out of the tower. Considered safe. Ophi, at this point, you are kind of circling down, seeing Cadence and Ree landing safely, Sprout coming sliding out from the tower. No sign of Drandon and Nola.
Ophi would follow, I guess, whoever's closer, Sprout or Cadence, like whoever she sees that's closer. Yeah. So just sort of like, hovering above where Sprout is. Where are they? Same place you came from.
Yep, they're still up. They're coming down.
Got it. And just flying in.
Next round, again, we would be rolling for escalating damage from the collapsing tower, but the tower is stable for the moment, thanks to 2 opportunities. Ophi, you just come darting in to see Drand and Enola kind of a little off balance as the tower is still swaying from the lack of support, but they are headed towards the exit.
Is there any way that I can help them? I don't know if my wings can hold the weight of another person. But I can certainly try.
Probably Enola. I think Drand is a little muscular for it.
Fair. He's kind of buff.
I'm slender and mostly shadows, so.
The shadows help. Yeah, I think they would attempt to sort of still, like, the wings have not been put away. Still sort of try to swoop over, just scoop Enola wholesale, and see if they can manage to maintain flying, right, and get her out. Just sort of like as they pass Drand, like, I will be back for you.
Drand, I think Drand's going.
I mean, no, keep running, please.
Drand, you're the only one left in the tower.
I mean, all I'm gonna do is just run and jump onto the slide and
Scoot your way down.
thank God I don't Super Mario 64 it and end up off a cliff.
The tower behind you all finally gives and just collapses again and again, sections just turning to rubble. As the streets are chaos right now. People are clearly afraid, they are running for their lives. Soldiers are marching towards the tower to see what happened. By the time you all land, regaining her composure, looks at you all. Someone just countered my teleportation spell. Someone wanted us dead. Likely all of you dead.
I think that's pretty obvious. We need to get you to safety.
I have people here that can keep me safe.
I wouldn't trust those people
I trust
if
them
your
with my lives.
teleportation spell was just fucked up.
If these people were against me, I'd already be dead.
Do what you want.
Clearly, they're trying. I mean, don't listen to us. We haven't been on the run from people, after us for, God, I don't know. How many months have we been on the run now?
Who else besides them would be able to pull this off?
My colleagues in the chamber would be the only ones with access to the teleportation point.
Somebody set those explosives from inside the tower. I don't know who has access all the way down, but that's all the information that we have.
As you say this, as if a call to action, the rubble is pushed up and out of the way. And these constructs that you've seen across the entirety of the city, cleaning, helping to do repairs, just generally being, wagons to haul materials across the city, just pull themselves out of the rubble, and immediately start marching towards you all.
Aggressively?
Some could say that.
Okay.
Cadence is shouting for the soldiers, whoever may be around.
Oh no. Hoop. Hoop, don't do this to
Somebody
us.
just get a
Hoop, I know what you're doing.
It's 10 o'clock.
How dare you?
Oh shit. No, Hoop.
Don't.
Give us a little bit.
Cliffhanger.
Poop.
Do it, Hoop. Do it.
Spending a hero point to get 5 more minutes.
Like,
I'll get us into initiative. How about that?
that's almost worse.
Funny you should say that.
Mm-hmm.
Did
Because
Zario
before
follow me?
initiative-
Yeah, in the air, still flying, didn't follow you into the tower.
Good.
Where is my new song? No.
Do
My
we have
question?
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, before initiative happens, how many of the guards and or Autonoma does Cadence manage to kill?
So I'm
Just
actually
by force of will.
I'm actually not going to attack with my high-speed action. I'm going to do an objective action instead. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh no, Hoop, come back.
I just need to grab a pen.
I'm gonna do
So.
something potentially stupid.
Everyone can roll your dexterity plus insight.
Sure thing.
God. That's a 12 for Sprout.
12. Beautiful.
Same for me.
7.
8.
Double sevens.
Nice!
So I'm looking at the
Surprising no
opportunity
one.
table.
Who had a 8? Oh. Eldrand with a 7. Gotcha.
Okay, now.
This is too intense. Let's. Remember, what was the song that I posted? Heavy metal one. Oh no.
Beat concrete?
Good.
For my opportunity, are these considered creatures? Or
They're
no?
considered constructs.
So something like unmasked wouldn't work. You learn the goals and motivations of a creature of your choice. I want to know who the target is. Is it us or is it my sister? Is this them coming after us or is this a coup?
Doesn't seem like any of them have the intention of hurting your sister.
Okay. I know what my objective action will be.
So yeah, Cadence, you have your pre-combat action.
Yeah. I'm going to shout for some guards or osprey that are nearby, and get them over to me. Take my sister where she needs to go. Stay with her. I'll handle this.
Yeah. I mean, the Osprey obviously there first, just kind of appearing, grabbing onto Ree, and then even as these constructs start to stumble their way towards you, they're already blades out, just backpedaling until they could get her out of sight.
Yeah, I kind of glance over my shoulder for a moment, watching her go, making eye contact, and then I turn back towards this fight.
Well, you're up first.
Oh, shit. I will... Guessing these things are going to hit pretty hard.
They do seem on the larger, more strong side.
In this system, though, we're all within reach, so I guess it doesn't
Yes.
matter.
Unless
yeah,
you're flying,
Cadence,
then it requires a ranged attack.
Cadence, starts to run and kind of disappears and reappears right next to them as she starts time. And I will attack, and I'll throw a breach on top of it.
Heck yeah.
As I roll for this, they don't have like shields or armor, right?
Their body is armor.
So what would happen if I destroyed that armor?
For the purposes of abilities like destroying armor, it wouldn't do much because that's just their body.
Okay. That's fine. Then I will do the damage version of Breach. So she appears, and it's really good. I really wish that was my attack. That's a 19.
19. Would you believe that does hit?
God, I hope so. Yeah, so she appears there, and her hand slams against the side of the first one, and a clock face appears on it, glittering gold, and kind of shifts and then cracks. And I will breach. So every instance of damage it takes till the start of my next turn, it deals an extra 6 points of damage.
Sure.
And then I'll do my actual attack. So I kind of step back and slash Starlight in. That is a 15.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that is... Sorry, it was a 20 to hit. I keep forgetting Starlight has a +1.
A lot that hits.
18, 24 points of dark damage.
After it takes that damage, you know that these things are equipped to protect themselves. These seem abnormally so. The armor kind of tints to be darker, as if it took the damage and then its body adapted. Take less of that in the future.
Okay. Starlight ignores resistance.
Absolutely
just reminding
does.
you. Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. We're down to Sprout then.
How many of these constructs are there right now?
I'm considering you to be facing 2, but there are more that have spread out to deal with the approaching guard, to deal with nearby citizens.
Okay. I would like to look around and see if there is anybody above, outside, that is kind of keeping their eyes on this. It doesn't look like they're part of the city. Like somebody who might keep people.
Insight.
Fuck, oh, there it is. Hey, that's double 6s.
We're crits tonight.
I
know.
love it.
And you get an opportunity.
Let me see what I would like to do. Can I would like to scan these creatures and see a vulnerability of theirs.
Vulnerability would be lightning damage.
Okay. Do I see anybody who's sticking into the shadows? Keeping their distance, but watching the fight.
I mean, there are Osprey agents that are kind of holding back, but no one that looks menacing. No one that you wouldn't expect to be there.
I hate this. I still don't know what I want to do. I will. I'm gonna look at Cadence and say, "Do you want me to try to take these things out, or do you want me to try to find who's behind this?" Because Sprout doesn't want to make a decision.
Yeah, these wouldn't have to be. Cadence would know that these wouldn't have to be controlled, right? They could be set on a course, and we need to take them out. Whoever's doing this is probably long gone.
Okay, then I will pull out the crossbow, and I'm going to shoot one of them.
The artifact bow?
Yeah. Inferno's Embrace. X and Might. That's gonna be a 16.
Yeah. You will have to roll very low to miss. They are very hard to miss.
Delightful. Okay. I'm so sorry, I was reading something. I don't remember how much damage this does. Let me go back to that.
High roll plus 7?
So it's actually an 18 to hit. High roll plus 14, so that did 23 damage.
There you go. That's fire damage, so no resistance there.
And then the other one takes 7 damage.
Gotcha. Both of their armors turn more of a reddish sheen.
Okay. We only get one action per turn, is that right?
Yep.
Why do I have this ability? Okay, that's my turn.
Is that the one that I breached?
That's you.
I would have hit the same one, yeah, that Cadence had.
Extra 6 points of damage.
That one's in crisis.
Beautiful.
Nola.
Oh boy. Okay. When I would assume these are still like affected by things that would affect creatures or targets, like spells that would normally hit people.
Because they are constructs, you know that they are immune to being poisoned.
Okay. And there's 2 of them that we're engaged with?
Yep.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and attempt to slow those bad boys with my torpor spell. That is a offensive spell, so I have to roll. That is 9 plus 5.
Against their
14?
magic defense.
I would assume so.
Absolutely hits. They are not difficult to hit either way.
Cool. Yeah, I think. Actually, let me look. Sorry, others. Oh, look. I'll say slow for now because I don't remember the difference between slow and weak.
Slow reduces dexterity by 1 die, and weak reduces might by 1 die.
Have we seen them attack yet?
No.
Or would I know how they attack if they're automatons from the city?
They likely use both dex and might.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll do slow this time.
Okay.
We'll hit them with weak next time.
So both of their dexterity is reduced by a die. I think that brings us then to Kofi. These things are very slow.
Excellent. Point of order. You said these are mechanically constructs. Are they by chance soldier rank? Would you consider them?
Yes.
Interesting. Fun. We will we'll get back to that. I think at this point, Ophi's still got the wings out, right? They never really went away. And Zariel's still, to my knowledge, circling. Just sort of like here but keeping a distance, it sounded like. And as far as Cadence has told us, the only person being attacked here is them. So Ophi is going to leap back into the air and basically tackle Zariel mid-flight and keep going, just getting them out of the situation.
Amazing. Kind of fights you at first, but then just closes their wings and just burrows in a little.
Sorry.
Two of you are just gone. Doesn't ask any questions. Is assuming that you know what's best, and in that moment, just going with it.
Cool. I'm trying to get them to some sort of I don't know if there's any sort of it's the desert, so there's not going to be hills or something out there, but some sort of just a way enough to set them down and talk for a second. But
we'll let you know.
We're not going to.
Both of them have Gatling guns and absolutely can shoot up into the air, but there is no longer anything to shoot.
They can try to shoot me. Good luck.
They're just gonna punch. We're gonna go punch. Cadence hit one. Nola's casting spells. We'll go one to Cadence, one to Nola. This is Dex plus Might.
Well, I should probably give myself my health back after I healed this earlier. Didn't I? Should
Good call.
That. That'd be smart.
I don't know if I've rolled a d12 yet.
Uh-oh.
This is the attack onto Cadence, which is 15.
That'll hit. You keep rolling odd numbers. Roll some even numbers for me so I can stab them back.
This has a +1. That's a 16.
Yes! I do get hit, yes. As long as this doesn't kill me.
That is only... No, 27, not 37. That is 27 points of physical.
I'm glad it's not 37, because that would have put me down. This almost does.
I rolled a 12 on the highest die.
This almost... this knocks Cadence down into the ground, and she rolls and stabs upwards in a counterattack.
You also are dazed.
Which one is dazed?
Dazed
Insight.
is
Okay.
Insight.
It doesn't affect this. 11.
Yeah. I will tell you they have a defense of 8. And a
Cool.
magic defense of 7.
Okay. Not the start of my turn, so Breach is still in effect. High roll is 0 on a counterattack, so this does 16 points of dark damage. Ignores
16 with
resistance.
the bonus?
16 with the bonus, yeah. Ignores resistance.
That one will shift back to being resistant to dark. Again, not that it would matter against you. But
Cadence looks bad.
that one just reels back, slams the fist down, but it pulls back away. That rapier gets pulled out of its chest. It's not looking good. But the other one attacking Enola is... Why can't I do math today? What's 11 plus 4? 15.
It hits. That's what it is. I'm assuming against just normal defense, yeah?
Yep. And that's
Yep.
26 instead of 27.
Jesus.
And you are also dazed.
Okay.
There's no targets to shoot. I guess there's Dran. Dran hasn't been hit yet. Let's just fire both of their auxiliary firearms into you.
For the record, Sprout has also not been hit, and I wrecked their shit last round.
You did. That second attack should have gotten you.
I'll take it so
It's
that
fine.
Nola
You can
doesn't.
take it back.
It's 26 points.
Yes, 26 points of damage, and then we'll put
That
one.
was more than half my HP.
We'll put one auxiliary fire into Enola and one into Drant. That's it.
One die lower, yeah.
Yes. Your insight is now one lower. That is a 12 against Enola.
12 is the defense, so it hits.
Yeah. So it's just 5 points of physical damage.
Okay.
And Drand does a 3 hit. So no. As they're hitting, there's just these little, like, turrets that pop up and just take these superficial shots at targets nearby them. But that's it. That's their turn. Brand!
Alright. I want to look at both of these things. And then I am going to cast Glacies on both of them. So let's see, that is going to be here.
Magic defense of 7.
So that's going to be an 8 to hit.
Yep.
And then,
Is
so
this
it
the
does.
wounded one?
This is both. You coat your foes under a thick layer of frost. Each target hit by this spell suffers high roll plus 15 ice damage. So they're both going to take 20 ice damage.
Plus
Set the
6 on the
scene.
one I breached.
26 is enough to take out the next one.
Basically, like, after shooting at me, like jumping back from being shot at, I am just going to take my fist, and you'll also see that snow owl kind of like circling the fist as it dissipates, and I just slam on the ground, and ice just encapsulates both of these things, and then like shatters off, dealing its damage.
One of them does kick out, the other has fully been encased. The one that's looming over Cadence, ready to just deliver the finishing blow, is now just frozen solid.
It suffers an additional slow.
I don't think they can suffer more than once.
Oh, fair enough.
But that first one suffers dead, so
It's my favorite condition to inflict.
since I can already see the writing on the wall, Cadence, the one you were fighting is dead, the other one is already almost in crisis. I will give you all the narrative freedom to finish this one however you'd like. There's no way it gets to hurt any of you before 4 of you have gone.
Yeah, Cadence spits out a mouthful of blood, I think, and again slams her hand against the leg of this thing as she's jumping up and breaches, and then slices upward with Starlight and ducks out of the way of whatever other attack is coming in.
It would be an enormous electrified fist, but it is too slow.
Yeah, from the party members. I don't know who is up next in initiative.
Sprout?
It goes Sprout.
Like
Yeah, so
this-
stabs upwards and kind of ducks out of the way for Sprout.
As Cadence flips past just one arrow, and I'm kind of aiming for like a shoulder joint, so that when it goes in, that extra fire damage kind of just implodes inside of it.
Yeah. Enola, this thing, the armor's been rendered, its insides are in an inferno.
Yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have done something earlier. That's fine. Look, I have so many magical things. This is a programmed construct, right? Like these aren't like living, thinking beings or anything.
Very much a construct.
Cool. I'm gonna crossbow it.
Yeah. Just that armor is melting from the heat. The bolt
Spend that perfect
just
off switch.
sinks in. The entire thing is starting to glitch and shut down. Rand, finishing blow, please.
At that point, just watching this thing shut down, I'm just gonna charge forward and leap in the air. And as I'm coming through the air, just drive my fist through its, I guess whatever would be the head unit of this thing.
A normally very ornate, like bronze sculpted kind of helmet of a head. The entire thing just shatters under this intense heat and then sudden cold. The rest seem to be cleaned up by the guard, who have either incapacitated them, blown them up, or shut them down. But the street is still in chaos.
I think Cadence is staring at this pile of rubble now, just staring, tears in her eyes, seeing her family home just gone.
And
I
Osprey,
am. I was just gonna say I'm on the amulet trying to find Ophi. Ophi, where the fuck did you go? You're muted, Kit.
Don't worry about it. It's
okay,
fine.
I think when you get that message, a harpy feathered hand just kind of goes up to it and pulls it down for a moment. We could go right now.
We can't. Sort of picks the amulet back up. I'm fine. Give me a moment. And pockets it.
I will. Yeah. Put the amulet down. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I want to see if I can like tap into the soul network, see if anything is standing out. But I know that like I would basically have to shoot my own hand to be able to actually make anything happen. But I'm pretty afraid, so I'm gonna fucking try.
There's an
Can I help in any?
immense spiritual just pressure. Kind of similar to when those soldiers came and that force that shook the battlefield that tried to take you all out. And
It feels like the big bad.
it feels very similar at least. There are figures starting to gather at the top of that bridge where there was a building. You can see like white armored figures led by white robed figures starting to make their way down. Cadence,
Aggressively?
they're likely here for you,
Me specifically or the team?
the team.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Cadence and kind of like grab her shoulder and kind of try to startle her out of it. Look, I don't know what's going on, but we got to get out of here. I'm sorry, we don't have time to stand around.
Yeah. I know where my sister is going. We need to check in with her. And then, can you get in touch with the ship like you're supposed to?
I'm gonna go find the chaos shard from Drond and see if I can use that to amplify. I don't know that I'm able to.
Stratton doesn't have it.
Where the fuck is it? What?
Sorry, has it.
The chaos shard? Oh, son of a bitch! God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot again. I don't know if you want me to take damage for this.
We need to get moving, though. You can do that once we get there. Find out where Ophi is.
Where are we headed? I'll tell her to meet us.
Just find out where she is. Follow me.
I'm gonna keep trying to talk to Ophi. I don't know that it is answering, but I'm gonna keep trying as I follow Cadence.
Ophi, amidst hearing Sprout's words, you have been pulled into a hug.
Oh, I was the one pulled into a hug? No, you don't understand. You don't understand. I was doing the hugging. So, just so we've got that straightened out. Yeah, just we'll, set Zariel down outskirts of town, right? We need to leave. We can't leave together, but you need to, I think, get out of town.
I can see if the boat that was supposed to take me north is nearby. Maybe meet them partway.
Right. I mean, I can see if the others are going someplace safe in the meantime, but once we leave this city, you can't come with.
I know.
Are you okay? Are you injured?
No. Like, does a little twirl.
Good. I came in fast and am made of metal, so sorry for that.
Very, very tough.
I know.
Go.
They will pull out the amulet, the rocky talkie, and call back Sprout. I guess. Where are you headed?
I don't know. Where are you? Cadence is organizing something.
We're outside of town. No real markers. That's kind of the point.
I'll relay that to Cadence, and then partway through, just hold the amulet to Cadence.
I will take it. Ophi, where are you?
Outskirts of town. No real markers. That's kind of the point. I had to get Zariel out. You said they were the target, not us.
Head for the shore. We'll try and pick you up on the way.
Okay. Be safe.
You too.
And they will give the amulet to Zariel. I have another busted one. I will fix it. It'll be fine. I will make it my sole mission to make more of them.
As we're running, I'm going to, if we pass an Osprey agent, especially one that I recognize and trust, I will stop them, and I'm gonna yank my my cape off, the one for my office, and I'm gonna push it in their hands and kind of nod back towards this group coming. Lead them on a chase. Buy me some time.
Cloak just whips around. The uniform immediately shifts. Clearly illusionary, but trying to mimic yours. We'll meet again. I don't. Turns and runs. The rest of you are free to run, using back alleys that Cadence and Nola lead you on, eventually losing your tails, making your way towards the docks. While you have no means of reaching your ship at the moment, I mean, Cadence, you know that your family has a number of ships out here. And you would see your sister standing at the prow of one, a good 80, 90 feet off the shore, just staring, eagerly scanning, waiting to see you, and then finally waving.
Yeah, seeing that, is there a rowboat, skiff, something of the sort that we can kind of grab and head out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I will motion everyone into the boat. Let's go. We don't have any time to lose.
I imagine Ophi flies down at some point. It's like seeing the group of them. They're alone.
As you turn back and stare at the still rising column of smoke from the city, you can still hear the chaos that is half of the city's guard on the hunt for all of you, and the other half clearly knowing that you were there at their defense. No one knowing what's happening. Everyone is confused and scared. And you can only look on. And only 42 minutes late. I feel like that's a fantastic place for us to bring this session to a close. Those were supposed to be more difficult enemies, and you all ripped them to shreds.
To be fair, they almost knocked me out in one hit.
Yeah, I got down to like crisis twice if it wasn't for my heals.
I'm in single digit
Or-
HP currently.
That tower was
Yeah,
going to
I'm
take out
fixing
all
that
of
as
us.
soon as I can.
I mean, if not for a healer, we'd have been in a rough spot. But just a hair. Thank you all so much for being here. I know I kept you late, but we went on such a long hiatus. We had to have some combat. I do want to go around one more time, give her a chance to tell you who they are, where you can find them on the internet, and then we will send us off. Right. Same order we did for intros, so we'll start with Fail.
Hey everybody, I'm Fail Prime. I'm one of the founding members of Singularity Roleplay, and I have been drawn the icy, punchy guy. Don't have much going on in terms of any other games right now. Fabula Ultima and Breaking Neon are the two that I'm mainly in. Aside from that, coming up this Wednesday, we will have another episode of Henshin Agogo returning on Singularity. So if you like Power Rangers, Kamen Rider, transformations, and Void and Chaos shenanigans, you can go ahead and join us for that. If you need to find me, you can find me on social media at Fail Prime under everything, Twitch, Twitter, anywhere that it matters. If you do decide to follow my Twitter, you're going to get a lot of just angry spam at politicians, because that's what I do all day. That being said, thank everybody for coming out and hanging out with us. This was an amazing time. It's been a great run so far. I can't wait to see how the rest plays out, and I will go ahead and pass it along.
Over to Kian, who only got one additional pet this session.
It's okay, because you gave me a necklace that's going to let me get all of them. As long as you don't kill our crew on this ship.
What?
You know, I have a spell I could take that can awaken things. You should make all your pets very smart.
That sounds like a party. Hello everybody. My name is Kian. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. You can find me on Twitter at uptight_chiffon. Tonight I have been Sprout, who is still sad, still angsty, but has a very strong cross. I'm grateful for that. July was a very light month for me, so I'm super excited to be back in the realm of gaming. Next up, you can find me over on Singularity every second Tuesday of the month, I think it is. We are playing our gay camp game, Camp Runners Cross. We are a bunch of queer kids at gay camp, and it will be a slasher very soon. We're all a little stressed about it. But up until now, it's just been therapy. It's been a lot of fun. I will be hanging out here for Call of Cthulhu Week. I will be here. No, I will not. I will be over on High Shelf Collective for Slasher Flick at the end of August. Super excited about. Totally not a competition to survive that game. And then I have a couple of other projects coming up that I can't talk about yet. I am working on getting on the other socials, but for now, check out Twitter, and that is where you will find out where I'm going to be next. That's me.
Over to Anna.
That is me. Hey, I'm Anna, aka Archival Dust Bunny, most places on the internet. I'm a Korean trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG performer, producer, and podcaster. You can find me on Twitter at Archival Dust Bun, and on Blue Sky, Instagram, and other social media as Archival Dust Bunny, because they allow more characters in their usernames. As far as where to find me game-wise, Tuesday nights you can find me on Ballad of the Seven Dice with Nostradamus Core Phantom Ice. That is our Lancer mini-campaign. I play a pilot who has a mech named Boiling Point. I am often on fire because reactor stress is a resource when you run a Harrison mech. It's always a good time to come and see whether or not I blow myself up before the end of this campaign. On occasional Sundays, you can find me on Thorny Dryad's channel for U-Force Inheritance, our Masks actual play. I play a protege with far too much responsibility on her shoulders. We have drama, trauma, lots of young romance. So if you enjoy any of that with your superhero stories, come and check us out. All of the VODs are available on Twitch currently. I have a Blue Rose campaign coming up very soon, so keep an eye out for details on that. That'll be over on Greater Restoration. And then if you like podcast, Response Team Omnicron is our Lancer actual play. It's a lot of fun. Tons of episodes for you to catch up on that. If you like Digimon, especially things like Digimon Tamers and Survive, Emergent Code is our Animon Story podcast. The story is really starting to pick up there. We just released our newest episode that anywhere you normally get your podcast. And then, of course, if you like magical girls, especially queer stories with magical girls, check out Bloom and Blight. It features not just myself, but Kit and Taylor as well. Our 2-part premiere is currently out anywhere you normally get your podcast, and we have been blown away by the support we've seen. So many people have listened to it and told us how much they are enjoying it. So if you haven't had a chance yet, see what all the talk is about. I think you'll enjoy it as well. That's all I got. Follow me on social media to figure out where and when I'm going to be next.
Yeah. And over to Kit.
That is me. Hi guys, I'm Kit. You can find me places on the internet at KitRollCause. Most places. I'll get to the other place one day. I'm holding out hope. Let's see. I have been your Ophelia for the evening, and for every other Saturday around here, I will continue to be until Hoop inevitably kills me. You can find me other places. Tomorrow, I will be over on Sword and Key with the final episode of our Vast Grim little mini-series situation for brunch. So noon central. I don't know what the other time zones are because I'm very eepy. But head on over there for Vast Grim. It is worms. It is intrigue. It is the death of the universe. And I am playing the weirdest little, religiously devout to the worms little guy of all time. It's great. It's awesome. It's a fun time. Content warning. Oh no, it is this Thursday. It is this Thursday. I will be back here playing sagas. And then the next Thursday, I will also be back here playing sagas again. It's a 2-parter. It's going to be awesome. So check that out. Same bat time, same bat channel. And then, like Anna said, the rest of every other day of my life, I will be working on Bloom and Blight. Our next episode also drops on the 3rd. So peep the socials, catch up if you're not caught up already, and get ready for Thursday, y'all. But that's me for now.
Yeah. And then over to Taylor.
Hello, I'm Taylor at _potato_ on the internet, wherever we're hanging out these days. Oh boy. I don't really I both have a lot, but also don't have a lot. Really just come hang out here and you will probably see me as let's see. What do I have going on this week? Next week on Monday, if you want to head over to Apochromatic Unlimited, I will be playing in a one-shot ran by the very wonderful J-Mark, who runs Tabletop for the End of the World. And this is a game based off of the meta-narrative from the podcast. I'm very excited about it. So come hang out. Also, while you're just looking at Apochromatic Unlimited stuff, hey, we released our first zine. issue 0 is out. It is going to be it is a preview of kind of what we hope for the future of the publication. It is all admin created. And hey, if you are a wonderful BIPOC creator in the TTRPG space and you would like to write some columns or draw some art and have it featured, hit us up. We are working on that, and it'll be paid and you'll be published. So let's help support each other, y'all. But then after that, yeah, in August, I'll just basically be here. So catch me for Lancer Orbital Blues, Fabula Ultima, as well as Slasher Flick over on High Shelf Collective and Grow by Midnight. That's all I do.
Just all of that. That's all.
That's all.
That just leaves me. I, of course, have been Andrew, your storyteller for tonight's game and for most games around here. If you want to come and roll some dice with us, we do casting calls each and every month. We put them up on Twitter and in our Discord channel. The link is down below, that big old button that says Discord. It's where we post things like casting call schedules and just generally hang out and be giant nerds. That's all I got. It's like 2 a.m. for some people. So I am going to throw it right over to our friends at Dork Tales, who is currently playing... I have no idea. Mage the Ascension? I don't know what that is, but it sounds really cool.
Isn't that a World of Darkness game?
No idea.
Is that
Yeah,
Mage?
I guess we're gonna find out.
Find out.
We'll find out.
As always, be good people, do good things, and we'll see you next time.